Right. Good morning, everybody. We will make a start. Welcome to the continuation of the Matter 4 hearing session. Just a couple of sort of order and procedural points at the moment. I gather that Mr. Dixon for Endurance Estates has to leave shortly for a family funeral. He did have his hand up yesterday afternoon for quite a while, I know. So what I've said via net is that I will, he said he's only got a couple of brief points to make. So we will hear those points initially. He can then go, and then we will go to the council for the response that I offered you the opportunity to give yesterday. And just also to say, in terms of the hands up, I do see people's hands up. I can see them. I don't necessarily go in the order that they're going up, because I try to go in the order that I think is going to be helpful to the overall discussion, and particularly also to try and bring in people who have not spoken before, as to rather necessarily than just going to the same people. So we'll get to everybody, but it doesn't necessarily mean it'll be in the order that you put your hands up. And then just to say, we'll hear what the council sort of says at this stage. I've got a number of fairly discrete but specific questions which relate to things that I raised yesterday and we didn't ever really get sort of a council response on. So I've got sort of 6 specific questions on that. It hopefully shouldn't take too long, because they're hopefully fairly short answers. So I'd like to go through those, and then we'll open it up to the general discussion. So just to summarise there, the order is Mr. Dixon briefly on his 2 points, then the council, then my questions, then we'll open up. Okay. Mr. Magnuson, you've got your hand up already. Did you want to say something, or is that accidental? It's not saying anything.
Sorry, sir. Yeah, I'll take the hand down for now. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Right. I understand. I understand the meaning of your hand now. But okay. Right. If people can keep their hands down until we open it up, and at that point open it up, that would be easier. Okay. Right. Well, over then to Mr. Dixon for Endurance Estates.
Thank you very much, sir, and I appreciate this, and I'll be as quick as possible. As mentioned yesterday, I've got 2 hats, one for Endurance Estates and one for Rainier Developments. My 2 points are one for each client. The first one's actually going to be for Rainier Developments, but equally could be on behalf of Endurance for the first part of it. So we heard yesterday that the council's taken what they describe as a holistic approach, a bit of a top-down and bottom-up approach. And we note that just a quarter of housing in the new plan is being directed to the core villages, despite those core villages accommodating almost 40% of housing. But it's difficult to follow the process, as we discussed yesterday. So whether that's deliberate or not, it's not necessarily clear to us. What that will do is that the plan will skew the balance towards the towns in conflict with NPPF Paris 78, and most likely lead to the reduction in services and facilities in some core villages. And I say that because 50% of the core village growth is directed to just 3 of those villages: Great Cornard, Eastburg, Holt and Capel St Mary. The other 13 core villages will be disproportionately affected. And one of those is Glemsford, where essentially no growth is being directed, despite it being a core village. Now, despite having taken a holistic approach, what the council say in relation to Glemsford in the spatial distribution statement is that the only reason why no such sites have been identified in the village is due to a lack of school capacity. Now, adopting this stance would mean that there could not be any further development in Glemsford ever, despite it being a core village. What the council, this is not a positive and pragmatic approach to planning for rural settlements as advocated in national policy. What the council say is that the primary school requires additional land to expand, which is not possible, and that any additional sites that would require a new school, and there are insufficient sites in the Sheila to enable the delivery of a new school. That's not correct. Over 18 hectares worth of sites have been promoted in Glemsford. Now, I'm not suggesting they should all be delivered, but that's easily sufficient to generate the demand required for an entire 1 FE of education provision, assuming that that additional FE needed to be filled by housing allocated in this plan, but that would leave none remaining for the future. My point is that what the council has said is wrong, and therefore again goes to whether or not the spatial distribution and site selection process has followed a robust process. So my client's proposal includes land for a new replacement 2 FE school, allowing the school to relocate, and the council could even possibly benefit from development opportunity of their existing site. So in short, the reason given for not allocating any sites at Glemsford is flawed and not correct. Overall, it's clear the process underlying the spatial distribution of new development and the site selection process, as we heard yesterday, is fundamentally flawed. Now, if I can, so I'll just move on and deal with the point I had to make on.
Can I just ask a question, or a follow-up question on that first point? Your sites that you're promoting at Glemsford, were they were discounted at the Sheila stage, were they?
They were essentially discounted at the Sheila stage, but it's difficult again to follow the process as to whether or not the local authority had known at the outset and at what point that there wasn't any education capacity, and that's why they weren't going to be considering any sites at Glemsford, or whether the sites should have been considered and then the strategy following on afterwards. So as we heard yesterday, it's a little bit difficult to tell whether or not the site selection process happened before the formulation of the strategy, or the strategy was in place before the sites were assessed.
Yeah, but you, in terms of your sites were. I'm just trying to find the full Sheila on, because I think we need to see the full thing here. Just hold on a second. Let me just find Glemsford would have been a lot of sites. Nearly there, I think. Right, here we are. So can you just give your site number, if the SS number, if you know it, or the address?
SS0286.
So it wasn't discounted at Sheila stage, according to this. Okay, I obviously need to look into that in more detail. But okay, thanks. Sorry. If you would like to go on to your second point.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you often have work to go away and investigate things after we've finished, rather than us having. Well, we couldn't all have the ability to go through everything on the day, could we? So my second point is in relation to Great Waldingfield, and we fully support the identification and proposed allocation of SCHLAR site SS1068 within policy LSO1 as site 12. This is part of the site that was promoted by Endurance Estates, but we consider that the site should be larger. To be clear, we did not submit site SS1068 as identified in the Sheila. We submitted a larger site. The council has assured us in writing that the whole of the site that we submitted was assessed in the Sheila. But if so, where is it? We have repeatedly asked for a copy of that assessment of the full site, and even in the most recent evidence published by the council that you requested, it's not there. We only have an assessment with a line around the proposed allocation. We're of the view, as I said, that more of the site could be allocated and is suitable for development. Now, this becomes particularly relevant given the council's acceptance yesterday that Great Waldingfield should be changed from a hinterland village to a core village. And again, it demonstrates that there's a failure in the evidential and audit trail underlying the plan. So properly undertaken, we consider that the evidence would clearly demonstrate that site SS1068 should be larger and an appropriate size for the village's elevated position in the settlement hierarchy. Again, sir, I suggest that this might be one that you need to take up with the council outside of the scope of this discussion this morning. Thank you,
okay.
sir.
Thank you very much for that, and you're free to stay as long as you can, and then obviously you can go whenever you need to. Okay, thank you. Right, okay, if we can then come to the council. Basically, we heard a lot yesterday. Is that we'll hear some more today? But is there anything you'd like to say at this stage?
Thank you, sir. Yes, briefly. First of all, in terms of those 2 points just raised by Mr. Dixon, so I think it probably better for us to respond with a written note in relation to the two examples that he's given, rather than attempting to deal with that on the hoof now, particularly because one's got to back through the documents and make sure that one's got the appropriate references correct. Turning more widely to the issues, obviously yesterday you raised, by way of example, the treatment of Sproughton and Great Blakenham, both as between the two settlements in different parts of the Ipswich fringe, and also as regards the assessment of different sites within Great Blakenham. And what we're intending to do, sir, if this is helpful to you, is to provide you with a written note responding to those particular issues, and obviously the references that you gave to various parts of the documentation yesterday, in order hopefully to reassure you that it's not an inconsistent approach in terms of the site selection process, and how that has related to the distribution and settlement strategy. There are obviously, as you identified from your comments yesterday, numerical differences in the figures between the scales of growth, but we think that those are explicable by reference to factors that we will hopefully be able to set out more clearly to you in a note, which I said what we would aim to, so far as that particular issue is concerned, is we would work to try to provide that note to you by the end of this week, that's say by Friday. You also mentioned in your comments yesterday that obviously one of the issues that was of concern to you was, well, on the one hand, if it was just an isolated examples, that's one thing. If it was endemic of a wider problem, then that was another thing. And you referred to some other settlements where obviously various participants have raised issues which they see as indicating matters of inconsistent treatment. Again, we don't accept that that is so in overall terms, but we would acknowledge that we've obviously not been sufficiently clear in explaining the rationale for the choices that have been made, and that's not a question of, in a sense, filling the explanation. It's a question really of us better explaining the process that we did undertake and what we have already done, which informs the outcomes that you see in the submission plan. Obviously, I say in overall terms, and we've made the point more generally, clearly quite an amount of the scope for making those spatial choices is curtailed by the scale of the existing commitments in terms of planning permissions. And that was so not only at the time that the plan was being prepared and the strategy was being settled upon, it remains the case today, but in a sense it becomes even more so the case today, because since the assessment work and the Regulation 19 plan was prepared in the autumn of last year, there's been not quite 12 months, but almost 12 months of further development management decisions on a number of the sites, which has, in a sense, limited the scope yet further beyond what was the position when that work was being undertaken. And so what we were intending to provide you with, I think, ahead of the Matter 9 hearing sessions, was an updated list of the planning status of the various sites, and that's still our intention. But we do think that that's an important part of the jigsaw. And I'll ask in a moment Mr. Deakin just to comment in headline terms about what the implications of that are. But we think that to an extent it does mean that in a number of the settlements that you indicated that parties had raised concerns, we think that actually so much is now committed that there's actually really very little scope for, as it were, revisiting those matters. Yeah, even if in the abstract that might have been something that one would have thought about doing. There is also an issue, obviously, that as well as the local plan process is ongoing, there are a number of neighbourhood plans which are in the process of being prepared. And obviously one of the roles of the joint local plan is to provide a policy framework for those neighbourhood plans. And obviously we're going to come on to talk about SPO4 later today, but one of the issues clearly that it seeks to do is to provide strategic direction to those neighbourhood plans by giving them a minimum figure. And clearly we wouldn't want to be readily in the situation of revisiting that approach because of the knock-on consequences for neighbourhood plans which are in preparation. And we do think that that is an important part of the picture. That I say there is so far as one can make it, a stable framework for those neighbourhood plans. And then the third point that I just wanted to touch on in relation to those matters was that obviously in relation to those particular settlements, I think we would recognise that there is some further explanation to be provided by us, particularly, for example, in relation to the treatment of Elmswell and Woolpit and the issue of the school and the availability of sites at Elmswell. But we think that it very much is a case of there are isolated instances where the explanations we've provided are clearly not at the moment sufficient either to reassure you or to address all of the issues raised by objectors. And that's a matter that we think that we can reassure you on by providing you with further information that explains those matters, and that would, we think, allow you to reach conclusions. There are some isolated anomalies which we need to clearly explain to you, but it doesn't go wider than that in terms of the soundness of the overall approach. Then separately, there is the issue in relation to some specific points on the methodology that was adopted in the SA as raised by Landbridge in their further submissions yesterday, which again, we think it'd probably be helpful to provide a written response to those points. Obviously, I can ask Mr. Nichols to make comments if that would help you this morning, but it seemed to me that it would probably be more helpful for you to have that in written form. And that, again, we would want to do in short order. Whether we can do that by Friday, I'm not so sure, but it would certainly follow shortly thereafter. But perhaps could I then perhaps just bring in Mr. Deakin
just comment on a few of those points. You said yesterday, and you're saying today, you're sure you will be able to reassure me and my colleague, Mrs. Bartington, about our concerns. That was the general tenor of the council's response to our initial questions about the spatial strategy and the site selection process, which go right back to the beginning. Bear with us; it'll all come clear. We had the initial preliminary matter 4 session. It didn't all come clear there, and you said, in effect, well, if we could perhaps signpost it and do some more work and do this, then we're sure it will become all clear. That work has been done. We're here at hearings. People have had an opportunity to comment on that work, and you're now saying again, we think just if we could explain it to you better, we will persuade you. And I reached the point where I begin to think, well, we've already been through this twice, and we still have concerns, and our concerns aren't necessarily that the spatial strategy is wrong, because our concern is we can't tell whether it is an appropriate strategy, because every time we look into the detail of it, you set something out, but every time we look into the detail of it, little strings fall apart, and there's loose strings here and there. And a couple of my colleague and I, Mrs. Partington, we were looking at Hadley last night following the discussion that had been at Hadley. We've got a number of further questions about Hadley now, about things, and this isn't saying that any decisions at Hadley are wrong or right. These saying as, well, how did you reach this? Because where is the evidence on this and this type of thing? So so that's one concern. The other one is, you say you're confident that these are isolated incidents. The list I listed yesterday was simply the reflecting those in effect who were in the room, who had written in response to the spatial distribution statement and said they'd got concerns. One of those I had then looked at in detail, Great Blake, and come up with a load of not saying this is necessarily wrong, and maybe this has obviously all been done at relatively short notice, because this information came well, the consultation on it only ended in early October, type of thing. So nobody's had a great deal amount of time to reflect on what's been put. But and I'm losing my track now. But yeah, we just keep on finding, every time we go into something, we find something. Now, I suppose, sorry, to get back on my track, the settlements I listed yesterday were simply ones that other people have raised concern about. How do we know that if I was to go and look in detail at a settlement and start looking into it more forensically at a settlement that people haven't raised concern about, that there won't be the same problems there? Okay, nobody's objected to it, but or maybe people have objected earlier in the stage and have now given up objecting. How do I know that? How do we know that?
Well, so clearly we can only respond, as it were, to concerns which are identified to us. I say we have our own. It
comes to a point where when people say this is wrong, this is an error, this is incorrect, this is incorrect, this is incorrect, this is incorrect, it comes to a point at which point you then have to think, hang on, is the whole thing, is it robust? That's the fundamental question. Is the approach robust? Well, if every time we look, I mean, we don't know yet because you haven't had a chance to look at all these comments. I mean, you know about all these things because they were all set out. The vast majority of these points were made at Reg 19 stage, so you have known about them for 6 months or more. It's not as if it's suddenly come out in the last couple of weeks. You have known about all these points. There has been no detailed response to them. We get a repeated criticism that comes through in the representations and the hearing statements that we've just been not listened to, we've been ignored. We're raising problems that are genuine errors, genuine mistakes, genuine problems with this plan, not just necessarily points of planning judgment, but there are things here that are wrong. Yet we're here now. We're here now, 3/4 of the way through the hearings, and we're being told, well, we'll provide you with some more evidence to justify the decisions that we've made. So
with respect, we clearly have responded in writing to your MIQs, and clearly the focus of our responses has been on the MIQs themselves, because that's clearly, in a sense, the way it works.
Yes.
Obviously, other people in their responses have raised their own issues, which clearly they've put forward to inform you. We certainly were of the view that based on the preliminary hearing in July, that clearly you identified areas of concern and you were content to allow those areas of concern to be further explained in the material that we did provide to you. Obviously, that's what we then did in the most recent submissions. And so going back to that information, obviously, whilst clearly you need to be able to sort of interrogate it and reflect on it, certainly, as we understood it, that you did indicate that at first sight that appeared to provide some reassurance to you that matters were explicable and that you could follow the thought processes that the council had explained. Obviously, you then needed to take into account what other people had said in their representations,
and also look at the detail of it myself, which I was directed by other people, because we literally cannot look at every single site and every single thing and compare it with all the documents. That's impossible, isn't it? So we have to take the site selection process on trust that it is robust. That is why the question is it robust? And it comes back to that once we have concerns that not necessarily some, but so many times that we look into a detail of something, there is something that appears a bit odd, a bit strange, something's missing, why this explanation doesn't quite make sense. That's the concern. Anyway, I think we need to get on and hear from Mr. Deacon, don't we? And I suppose what I'm saying is, I think I'm not sure that this is a case of write a few more words to respond to the specific concerns that have been raised. That'll come within the next few days or whatever. Job's done. We can move on, and it's all sorted. And if I don't want to give you that impression that is the case, because if I do give you that impression, you'll come back down the line saying, but that's not what we were led to believe earlier. We have significant concerns. We've had these concerns all along, and our concerns are not being lessened by what comes, but the more that comes, the more we think, Yeah, and I want to emphasise again, this isn't that we're saying that the strategy is wrong or that any of the sites selected are wrong. It is how can we reach a conclusion that they're right from the process and the evidence that has been put before us.
Well, so I'm not sure it's particularly helpful for me to sort of add any further comments on that.
Yeah.
We've noted that concern. Obviously, we will do our level best to allay that concern and to reassure you. But I say it's probably helpful if I just bring in Mr. Deakin to talk about in overall terms. And obviously, there's a limit to the without getting into the specifics. But the other settlements that you mentioned yesterday, because I don't know that it would be particularly helpful to go back into the position in relation to Great Blakenham and Sproughton this morning, unless you would wish to do so. But I was just going to ask him to comment on the other settlements.
Right. Okay. That's fine.
Yes. Thank you very much. And thank you for those comments. I do understand your concerns loud and clear. So I think the first thing I'd like to say is that one of the rich and positive experiences, there's a lot of rich and positive experiences of working in two large rural districts. One of the many challenges is how we deal with the very large volume of site submissions that do come to the council. And to that extent, we have had almost 1,000 sites submitted to us over the process of the local plan since 2017. The 2017 Joint Local Plan consultation set out every single Shelar site ever submitted, or call for site, sorry, effective Shelar site that was ever submitted to us. And long behold, it generated a very vast volume of representations, I think just over 14,000 representations. So that in itself generated lots of comments, lots of arguments for and against sites, all of which we had taken into account at each phase in the process. Those 900 odd sites that we had submitted to us at various stages in the process, most of them at the very early stage, to be fair, but every time you do a consultation, more turn up, of course. They were run through the Shelar methodology. The Shelar methodology was generally a broad methodology that was agreed across the entire Ipswich housing market area. So it was consistent with all of our neighbouring authorities. And that methodology, there was a query yesterday about whether they all had the same assessment criteria. They did. And I think we clarified yesterday, hopefully, that it was a matter of presentation rather than methodology. So if it's helpful, we can provide the RAG ratings for every single site, whether it be a selected site or a rejected site, if that's something that may prove helpful, just to emphasize that point. But the process led us to a place where it's very difficult to assess 900 sites. So what we invented was a methodology that took us to a refined list, and that refined list would be the long list, if you like, for consideration of joint local plan allocation. And that long list amounted to 300. So we went from a total supply of 900 call for sites down to 300 sites, applying the RAG rating methodology. And generally speaking, that process, we believe in that process has been a satisfactory one, a robust one. However, as we have heard in the last few days, and indeed from yourself, Inspector, yesterday, there has been a number of errors, which I suppose when you're dealing with that volume of sites is going to be inevitable, albeit we try and minimise them as far as we can. We've heard yesterday that there are approximately 10 places that I think you mentioned in particular, where I think you have some concerns of your own or issues raised to you, and we've looked very briefly at those settlements in terms of their context. One of the starting points is how many of those settlements basically have all of their planning permissions determined, because that for the spatial distribution, we've said many times through the examination, much of the spatial distribution is determined by extant planning permissions. So in those settlements, it is a key feature that quite a lot of them are indeed settlements where either 100% or a very large amount of what is allocated to them in the plan is effectively a minimum requirement because they have planning permission. So Botsdown, Rickenhall, that's one example, 100% of the sites in the plan have planning permission now. Same would be for Great Waldingfield, albeit I think I know that there's one outstanding site in Great Waldingfield. Thurston, the figure is approximately 80% of what is allocated in the plan has planning permission already. So there's a pattern there that has been informed significantly by planning permissions.
Can I just?
Of course.
This is all very very helpful. It's very honest. It's very open, and I really do appreciate what you're now saying, because I find this is very helpful as opposed to we think it's all right. It's so I do find this very helpful. The comment that you made there about the level of existing planning permissions, and that was an issue from the beginning. There's it's a plan with a lot of planning permissions, but I appreciate that it's got more and more as time's gone on. You could sort of look at that two ways, and I would look, and me and my colleague, my colleague and I should say, you'd think I was 20 saying something like that, wouldn't you? My colleague and I want to get a plan in place for the district. We want to try and achieve this, but we've got to come up with something that is robust, that we're satisfied is robust, that isn't going to get challenged in the High Court and all fall apart later on. So we do have to do that. But to get back to the point, the permissions. In effect, what you're sort of saying is, well, actually, take out all these permissions, and we've got a much smaller plan with not really very many sites in it at all that haven't already got permission. And part of me says, well, why? It's just thinking, I'm not suggesting this, I'm just thinking off the top of my head, well, why don't you just do that then? Just have a plan, take out all these permissions, which sort of complicate the whole thing. But the problem with that is, and one, I'm not suggesting that as a way forward necessarily, because the problem with that is then, well, if some of those permissions don't come forward, then for whatever reason, then you want them in the plan because you want then another planning application to come along for that site to get approved. It would be approved in accordance with the plan. So that's the problem, but that doesn't answer. So that's where the problem, it doesn't answer. You've said, but it's already they're already approved. Now, in there, we get into the complication of, I'm not wanting in any way to say that any of those approvals have been wrongly approved. I cannot say that, and I do not wish to say that, and I'm not suggesting that they have. But equally, we can't put something in a plan just because it's got planning permission on the basis if we think there's something fundamentally wrong with it, or that there are better sites. So that's a bit of a problem. I don't know the answer to it, and I think there's I don't know the answer to it, but I just wanted to raise that. I think potentially there's a way forward here, but I'm not quite sure what it is. But go on.
Well, I think we're very happy to try and work with you to find that way. First and more, the very point you raised about taking the planning permissions out of the plan, it was something that we had wrestled with at some point in the plan making process. We took the decision to include them because I think the point's been made in a previous hearing statement, but the two councils suffered from a long period without an up-to-date plan. issues with not having 5-year land supply, communities being unhappy about not having certainty. And so what the council is trying to achieve with this plan is enough land supply, enough buffer, and by allocating lots of sites and having them very visible, providing as much certainty as we can. We can never, it can never be watertight, but as much certainty as we can to communities and to business as well. Quite often, we had workshops with developers, and developers were saying not enough land was allocated in the current stroke old plans, if you like. So this plan very much seeks to grasp the nettle in that respect, and deal with that issue by identifying a lot of sites, hopefully providing certainty for everyone, and putting us in a position where we have an appropriate strategy that doesn't fall foul of deliverability issues that we've had in the past.
Yeah, can I just go, because I think I'm very pleased that the council sort of, setting out the problems and trying to find a way forward. You talked right at the beginning about the 900 sites and the difficulty of assessing that, and I entirely understand that. I've been wrestling, and my colleague and I have been wrestling with this, where we think, well, we do have problems here, but I can see, I'm not thinking, oh, it would have been so easy to do this, because I could see it wouldn't have been so easy. There isn't, to me, something that is dead easy and an obvious way of doing it. So appreciate the difficulty you had with 900 sites. I think one of my concerns, and I'm not necessarily saying that this is a fundamental problem, but I think it may have led to some of the issues that we're hearing, is that so many were discounted at that stage. Probably the majority of them on the not well related to the settlement argument, which I think is always going to be a planning judgment. They were discounted, and to that extent are different from sites that have 50% flooding, or are different to sites that are a strategic employment site, or they're different in that way. It's a judgment. Okay, some might be absolutely in the middle of nowhere, 10 miles from the nearest settlement. I'm exaggerating for effect, but you know what I mean. But the majority of them, it's a planning judgment, and quite a fine planning judgment between the ones that got in and the ones that didn't. The ones that didn't, then I think, because so many were discounted, I have then concerns that to some extent, perhaps the council had tied its own hands in terms of when people go. It's like the comment, and I don't know if it is directly relevant to the comments of Glensford, but the problem then comes that we haven't got enough Sheila capacity. We'd need a new school to have any houses here. We haven't got enough Sheila capacity to provide a new school. That all is logical and makes sense. But we haven't got enough Sheila capacity because we chucked stuff out at an earlier stage. And that stuff that we chucked out at an earlier stage wasn't necessarily a site that was flooding, so is really, not really suitable. It was at the boundaries, and perhaps had the consideration then been, well, if we allocate these sites, which maybe not perfect in terms of their location, but actually aren't that bad, that suddenly then we get the school, we get this and that. And that, I wonder, is whether part of the problem has come. And then I mean, I think, and it's how we deal with that one, I think. I mean, and I'm not necessarily, I don't know the answer at the moment. We will have to try and work together to try and find an answer, but I'm not, I don't know what the answer is, but I do constantly come up against that as being an issue, and you're nodding your head, which I don't want to take as saying the council is saying you don't necessarily agree with that, but you're nodding your head in a way I think I've struck a chord that is an issue in this plan, and it's part of the difficulty, and it's something we need to try and find a way forward on.
I can certainly recognise that. I don't have all of the information in front of me, but instinctively, I think the Glemsford example, I do believe there probably was enough Sheila capacity there, potentially, to make a primary school work. But I think it was just the volume that would entail was not deemed appropriate for that settlement.
Right, okay, but it doesn't get away from the basic point that so many, when 2/3 of your sites had been discounted at a very early stage on a very large number of them on a quite finely balanced thing, that, yeah, okay. But I don't, yeah, we don't need to get into talking about specific examples.
No, I can fully understand what you're saying. I mean, the only thing I would say is that the 300 sites was still considered a very large volume of sites to run through SA and consider it as a detailed stage. And the benchmark for it was, have we got enough sites here to match our SPO4 numbers? If we didn't, then of course the MPBF would require us to go around and look at all of our constraints and decisions again.
Yeah, and that is where I keep on talking about this middle thing of this top down, bottom up, and it's this almost this middle bit of Glemsford. We think we've looked at it, looking sort of at all the possible sites, not just necessarily the Sheila approved, well, not approved, you know what I mean. Yes. Looking at all the possible sites. Is Glemsford somewhere that could be expanded? That type of thing. That's yeah. As to the way forward, I'm talking off the top of my head here now because you know, but we need to find a way forward.
I mean, in that respect, it's almost a critical mass issue, which I would say probably only applies to the sort of core villages and above, rather than, you know, rural development is very different. Rural development is typically not necessarily aimed at you know, a critical volume of sites to bring forward brand new infrastructure. So I don't know whether that would be an issue that potentially we could just look at a particular part of the settlement hierarchy, or
let's not get. I think it's. I don't want to get into talking about. I mean, I do want to talk about solutions and way forwards, but I don't think it's quite the time to do this. This is my. I mean, to be completely honest, I think we're beginning to get somewhere, but this beginning to get somewhere, and I don't, you know, it's a beginning to get somewhere, and I'm beginning to think that the council now, even if, well, maybe you thought it all along, but just didn't feel able to say it, but you're now saying something that aligns with what we are thinking, and I think there's a potential way forward, which is not just it's not just saying, oh, we'll signpost a bit more and we'll give you a justification on this, we'll give you a justification on that. I don't quite know where it goes and whether there is a proper way out of it. I don't know, but I'm very much reassured that you're now looking at that, as opposed to just this sort of, no, we're sure we're right and we'll just keep on telling you it in a slightly different way until you're satisfied. How we do that, I think I need to have a think about how we go forward with that. I'm just going to be open here. I do have concerns about going ahead and doing Matter 9 in, you know, when we're talking about you. I think it was you or the council was certainly saying, Mr. Medford, one of you was saying yesterday you felt that once we got to Matter 9 we would understand some of these issues a bit more, but that's something I think we shouldn't do, because we need the basis of Matter 9 is, the assumption is the site selection process, the spatial distribution is all okay. We work on the assumption that is, and it's just within that is the detail of these sites okay type of thing. Whereas what it cannot be, Matter 9, is sort of, well, we'll try and we haven't managed to persuade you of the spatial strategy or site selection on the matters that dealt with that. So let's try and do it through the site specifics, because at that point, we then have to open it all up to the emission sites. Our plan normally for a Matter 9 session would be to say, we're not talking about emission sites. We dealt with all that at Matter 4, but we couldn't do that because it's not yet dealt with, if you see what I mean. So it would take a huge amount of persuasion, much as I don't want to. I mean, I would love to get this examination finished by the 12th of November or whatever it is. I can go off on my week's holiday thinking it's all sorted and we're all fine. But I just don't think that's feasible. Yeah. Anyway, I've probably said a bit too much there. I'll let you carry on, because what you're saying is very helpful.
I think all that I was going to remain to say was that obviously for the 10 or so places, I think the conversation's overtaken us really, to be honest. But certainly for the 10 or so settlements that we mentioned yesterday, we could certainly look again at those in detail, and any others that you consider are relevant to bring into the picture.
Right. Okay. As I said, I was going to ask you some specific questions. I'm not going to ask those now, because actually I don't think it would. It's not going to illuminate things further, really. They're very detailed. There's most of them are quite detailed points, and it wouldn't be. I wouldn't be doing it as point scoring, but it almost could end up as point scoring, which I don't want to do. That wouldn't be productive. So we'll leave those. Let's widen it open then to other people. If people would like, if you want to put your hands up, and I will come to you. As I say, it won't necessarily be in order, but it'll be in order so far because Mr. Loon was first. So Mr. Loon, it's for Thorcross, isn't it?
Yes, good morning, sir. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Good, thank you. Yes, I've got 4 points I'd like to make. First point is about a general point about core village allocations. I think Mr. Dixon touched on that this morning. And I want you to bear in mind what policy SP03 states, that core villages, along with Ipswich fringe settlements, market towns and urban areas, should act as a focus for development. And I think those words need to burn through whilst I'm giving the rest of my comments here. So from that policy, there should be a not unreasonable expectation that each core village should be allocated with some amount of housing to reflect their importance in the settlement hierarchy, unless there are overriding negative factors. Now, as Mr. Dixon said, or alluded to, that there's 5 of the 15 core villages, and that's a third of Baber's core villages, including my client's site at Holbrook, which would not receive any net new housing allocation in planned period to 2037. And that's a worry, because to leave a core village without any meaningful allocation puts the long-term retention of services and facilities in that village at risk. It contradicts the council's own stated objectives and, of course, the NPPF regarding retaining rural services. And I have set out in my representations to you what Holbrook Parish Council said at their meeting on the 30th of October in 2017. And it wasn't necessarily a unanimous view, but it was noted that some people were saying that the village needs more growth to remain sustainable for the life of the plan. So these are comments coming from some of the locals. So the strategy means that also those core villages that aren't getting growth or meaningful growth will not receive any market-led affordable housing, and potentially that might also affect housing for other groups such as the elderly. Now, I know Mr. Bedford said yesterday the council's meeting its affordable housing allocations, but I think you also have to look at how this will be distributed so that it benefits needs of particular settlements. Some are getting it and some obviously will not. My representations on that score have also referenced the parish council meeting in Holbrook in 2017 that more affordable housing, whether this is low cost smaller houses or for purchase or social housing for rent, is required. And they also noted a need for bungalows and other accessible smaller housing, which would free up family homes. So this is coming from the parish council. The district council aren't responding to that, and these are needs which are being identified locally. So I am afraid that the likelihood of affordable housing and homes for these other groups, such as the elderly, just is not going to come to fruition in this village and other core villages which are not getting allocations. My second point, sir, is about proportionality. So the council states it's important that development is proportionate, and that's the key word here, proportionate to the provision of services and facilities within settlements. So a logical expectation of following the council's stated proportionate approach is that within each category or within each core village, that some will have better and greater services, that they may be suited proportionately greater housing allocations. But as I think you've seen, there are massive disparities in the housing allocations. Again, I think Mr. Dixon touched on the fact that there are 3 settlements that are getting the lion's share of development. Capel, St Mary, East Bergholt and Great Cornard are getting probably around 60%, maybe more, of the allocations. And then you look at the other villages: Boxford 0, Bure St Mary 0, Glempsford 0, Nayland 0, Holbrook 7, although they've already got permission, so that's effectively 0 as a net new allocation. And these are worrying times for those villages for the future of their services and provisions of affordable housing. So I've also produced in my reps a table of estimates of population increases, which is quite interesting, just to demonstrate the point of what these housing allocations will derive in terms of population increases. And I've used a figure of 2.3 people per household as an average, which I think is accepted. So if you apply the council's proposed allocations, new homes allocations, to each village and factor in the additional population based on the Census 2011 figures, you'll see, for example, that Capel St Mary will have an increase of 52% in population. That's turning it into a mini Newtown, and I don't know if the council has actually assessed the effects of that properly. Brantham, 31.5%. So just some examples of massive population increases. Now, clearly, these distributions are not equitable. We're not saying it should split exactly, the same for each village. That wouldn't be right. And each village has got its own characteristics and constraints, which the council set out and attempted to give more evidence in document H31. For example, citing education infrastructure constraints at Glempsford and Boxford. But in the case of Holbrook, the council has not raised any infrastructure constraints to this core village, and yet it's getting no development. And I'll come to that in a moment in my last point. So my concerns about the distribution pattern are compounded when a comparison is made to allocations in lower order settlements. And I think this is a point that you were making yesterday, sir, about how can we compare between settlements about what's right for what's best fit, if you like, for the council's plan. But you'll see that in the Baber hinterland villages and hamlets, 32 proposed housing allocations are put forward, and 20 of these are the same or greater than the 7-unit allocation in Holbrook, which is a core village where my client's site is. And I'll just give you some examples of these. Chilton, a hinterland village, 130 dwellings. Stutton, 54 dwellings. Elmsted, 42 dwellings. And Chelmerdiston, 39 dwellings. Those are hinterland villages. Hamlets, by definition, are pretty small places. Cockfield, Mackenzie Place, is getting 51 dwellings. Levenheath High Road, 40 dwellings. Where does all this fit with the council's strategy? Because if you look at SPO3 and you look at where growth is going to be directed, core villages are a focus for development, and hinterland villages and hamlets are not. And yet the council's strategy does not seem to bear that out. So my third point is on deliverability. The council acknowledges that the 40% uplift in housing numbers will be challenging. I think delivery is threatened by omitting housing allocations from several core villages where they are well placed to deliver houses. And so I think development should be spread better, more appropriate across designated core villages to enhance the plan's required housing delivery being forthcoming and improve flexibility. I think the council should be assessing the risk to delivery of placing lots of housing in any one settlement. And an obvious example here is Capel St Mary. Just to give you an example of potential risks here, my client is developing a site in Capel St Mary at the moment. Midway through, another site came on tap, and they were seriously worried about the effect on the ability for them to sell their properties. So that's something which is a market consideration, and that's despite Capel St Mary being in this this transport corridor, which the council is clearly attaching a lot of weight to when it's distributing housing. So just on the transport corridor and the reason for that, for enhanced allocations, I think it possibly needs a more sophisticated approach. And I think you've got the transport corridor is not just roads, it's also rail. And I think you must look at the propensity of people to access public transport and railway stations from all settlements, even if they're outside of the transport corridor. And I'll give you another example here. Capel St Mary is on the transport corridor, but it lies further away by road and therefore bus from Ipswich railway station than Holbrook, which is also a core village with a similar level of facilities, which lies outside the transport corridor. So I'm struggling to understand why there's such a disparity in growth between those two settlements, which have similar levels of facilities, Capel getting 650 houses and Holbrook getting 7. So I think a more balanced approach to ensure delivery would be appropriate. Also, so I think, I'm not sure if you've been around the district to look at the geography. What one particular area I'd like you to consider is the Shotley Peninsula, which is an arm of land which goes out into the sea.
We were there back in whenever it was, June, July.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So you've seen all that. At the very end. Right. Okay. Good. At the very end of that, you've got Shotley Gate. There's a Royal Naval base called HMS Ganges, a former base which is now being developed for housing. But that had a permission for a very, very long time, and now it's being developed. But I think the risk in these sort of fringe areas of putting housing is something to consider when it comes to deliverability. Now, the council is proposing something not at the very end of the peninsula, but not far from it, in Shotley Street, which I think broadly the council is calling Shotley, but there are different settlements here. And there's 50 dwellings proposed there, which is quite deep into the peninsula. So when you're looking at market forces, accessibility and those sort of things, that's something I do wonder about on that allocation. And that's something I'll be talking about on matter 9 if we get there. Whereas Holbrook, which is much closer towards Ipswich and the transport corridor, it's more accessible, and it's what I call a proper core village, not one of these flimsy core villages that Shotley Street has been declared now as a core village. I'm struggling to understand that. But I just do query the allocation of putting something deeper into the peninsula on that scale of 50 units. So my final point is about Holbrook site assessments, if I may. Now, the council has not made any meaningful allocation to Holbrook. It's a core village. So why has it been discounted? Now, there were 4 sites put forward in the 27 Sheelar, and the council rejected 3 of those. On the fourth site, which was 6.1 hectares, the council did positively assess it, but opined that perhaps just part of it should be developed. In the 2020 Sheelar, the council did not assess the whole of my client's site. It only assessed a 0.3 hectare site. But it went.
The same issue was mentioned before by Glemsford, wasn't it?
Exactly. But it then went on to say why there couldn't be more development on that site, and it talked about it was being discounted because of disproportionate growth to the village. Now that implies to me that the council was actually looking at the bigger site, but actually hadn't evidenced it, but already had in its own mind, well, we're only going to do 7 units at this site, and not the greater number of units that we had put forward as options. More worryingly, the council said when it mentioned about this site was unacceptable because of disproportionate growth to the village, it didn't mention that in the other 3 sites which it had discounted in Holbrook. So why does it only apply to our site? There's no explanation for that. I just think the council was looking for ways of saying no without, after the horse had bolted almost, and it's not given any plausible reason why that site has been discounted on that basis of disproportionate growth. That needs to be evident. So I can't see the clear and robust process has been followed. One last point was what Mr. Deakin said about existing consents affecting allocations. In Holbrook, I don't believe there are really that many existing consents that need to be built out. There was one large site that's now completed in recent years in Holbrook, but I don't think there's really much in the way of other consents. So my question, where is the future growth to 2037 for this village? And I think that's something that really needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to Mr. Magnuson, who had his hand up for a while yesterday afternoon we didn't come to.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yes, I'm representing Cape of St Mary Parish Council today. I just wanted to raise an issue with regard to what we were discussing yesterday, and that's in terms of the higher tier distribution strategy employed in the submission version of the plan. And I was listening to the points that, yes, there may well be more than one reasonable strategy or approach, or if you like, more than one acceptable way of doing things. I just wanted to raise the case of Safe Historic Newmarket Action Group versus Forest Heath District Council 2011, as alluded to by Mr. Hoddingworth yesterday. I think that's quite key because that taught us, among other, and I sat through the 2 days of deliberation within the High Court when I was employed with Forest Heath District Council in a previous life. For there to be compliance with Article 5 of the SEA directive, the public must be presented with an accurate picture of what reasonable alternatives there were to the proposed policies and why they were not considered to be the best option. Having sat through, listened to the preliminary matter 4 session and deliberations of yesterday, I don't think it's a case that there was no reasoning having been taking place on behalf of the council in their proposed strategies. It's that reasoning was not documented to the benefit of potential representatives to the Regulation 19 stage consultation. Now, the question is whether or not that prevented them from making effective representations. I didn't want to go any further on that point specifically because I wanted really here to talk about, and Mr. Loon has eloquently spoke about these issues in respect to Cape of St Mary, who I'm actually representing today. But it's not so much the higher tier distribution strategy, it's the distribution strategy within the individual tier and specifically the core village tier. So by whatever means, the local planning authority arrived at a settlement hierarchy based on the relative sustainability of settlements and their ability to accommodate development. We've only got to look at the sustainability matrix and the scoring mechanism employed by the council. Having established that settlement hierarchy, I think it would have been reasonable for residents of Cape of St Mary to assume that they would have had a relatively equitable level of growth to the other 14 villages within that tier of the spatial hierarchy, settlement hierarchy rather, excluding Broughton, which is actually within the Ipswich fringe. Broughton makes that 15 core villages in total. However, Cape of St Mary find themselves accommodating nearly 30% of all dwellings allocated to this tier of the settlement hierarchy. Now, we can, as Mr. Loon alluded to earlier, we can say, well, is that potentially a consequence of the fact that the settlement of the Cape of St Mary lies within the transport corridor? Well, we can look to East Berkholt, which is another core village, which is also within the transport corridor, but that settlement will receive only 9% of development in the planned period. It's worth emphasising that East Berkholt scores similarly to Cape of St Mary in respect to the services and facilities audit. So in terms of potential for growth, they rated on a par. In terms of the level of growth or the inequitable distribution of growth, we look to the sustainability appraisal by way of an explanation, and all that reveals is that in practice some settlements within each category or tier within the settlement hierarchy are likely to receive more housing than others. And of the core villages, Cape of St Mary would receive significantly more dwellings than the other villages in Baber. Furthermore, and we look to the additional evidence presented by the local planning authority in the context of document H31, and again by way of an explanation, all we have is that all settlements within each category are not equal and there'll be some variance in levels of potential growth. And I emphasise some variance. This is not considerable variance, it's just some variance. And as Mr. Loon alluded to, we would expect that, particularly as Cape of St Mary does lie within the transport corridor. When we look to document H31, page 31, there's a useful summary box for the core villages. And whilst this explains that these villages are considered to be relatively stable locations for growth, as borne out by the audit, the facilities and services matrix, we do not consider that it provides adequate justification with the disproportionate levels of growth being apportioned to specific settlements within the core village tier of the settlement hierarchy. So in essence, it would appear that the local authority, having established a settlement hierarchy, the next move was to look at was to take the bottom-up approach and look at the capacity of SCHLA sites. And that seemed to be the key driver or determinant for the level of development directed to a particular settlement. For example, in the case of Cape of St Mary, you must wonder whether it was the fact that there were 2 large oven-ready sites available in Cape of St Mary, and that's as far as the reasoning went. One of those sites, by the way, actually has a planning application pending consideration. Indeed, I would suggest that a more equitable distribution of growth within the core village tier does not appear to have been considered by the local planning authority, and is certainly not tested in respect of the SA or SEA processes. For example, would it have been prudent, having established a settlement hierarchy and a core village tier, to have revisited sites previously deferred within the context of the SCHLA to see if a more equitable distribution of development could have been achieved in the core village tier? We touched on the fact that a number of the sites were wrongly or correctly excluded within the context of the SCHLA and not taken forward for assessment within the context of the SA. Again, you have heard from promoters of other sites and other settlements within the tier, the core village tier, who are aggrieved with the way that their particular site was considered within respect to the SCHLA. I think my final point is that would a more equitable distribution within the core village tier have been a more sustainable alternative to the inequitable or uneven distribution strategy within this tier as proposed by the local planning authority? Well, perhaps we'll never know because it hasn't been tested. These are just some of the points that I've referenced today, that they are within my hearing statement submitted. So obviously, I have nothing more to add at this stage, but thank you, sir, for your time.
Okay, thank you for that. The point just made there about FAing different distributions within the core villages and the higher settlement hierarchy categories. That was something that was going through my mind last night as to whether that was something. Now, I'm not looking for a comment from the council at the moment, but again, just in terms of a way forward, I wonder whether that's something that needs to be looked at, because in essence, although the sort of initial SA sort of spatial distribution sort of considered that it was on a very inevitably, it wasn't it was a very high level strategic thing, as opposed to a more detailed thing, looking at individual sites, and then it goes to the other extreme of just looking at the individual sites. So there's that bit in the middle. But that was just a thought. I'm not looking for a response from the council at the moment, just something to bear in mind. But thank you, Mr. Magnuson. We'll move on to Mr. Barrett. You there, Mr. Barrett?
I am, sorry, just getting my my screen turned back on. Can you hear me okay?
Can, yeah. If you could just remind us who you're representing.
I'm representing Catesby Estates.
Right.
I share the concerns you and other participants have raised. The spatial distribution and site selection process is not sound and needs revisiting. Boxford was one of the core villages you identified in your example yesterday. Catesby Estates were granted outline planning permission for 64 dwellings in Boxford in December 2020. Despite this approval, the SCHLA dismisses the site as being unsuitable, having poor connectivity to the settlement. Boxford, which is a core village, is identified a requirement of a minimum number of 13 dwellings.
Can I just stop you there a second? Just so you were granted planning permission for the site of your client.
So I actually work for Catesby Estates.
Well, okay. Yeah, Catesby Estates were granted planning permission for a site in Boxford.
Yes.
Which the Sheila had previously dismissed as
yes, we never knew the reason it's been dismissed, but obviously in the further evidence.
But this isn't a one in the plan.
No. So it's not.
Because a lot of permissions are in the plan, but this permission isn't in the plan. Right. Okay. Fair enough.
And that's where I was going to go. In our Reg 18 and Reg 19 representations, we've made the case that the deliverable site in a sustainable settlement, the local plan should support its delivery. As you raised this morning, there are examples where planning permissions may change or need revisiting. If the plan progressed in its current form, it would underestimate the capacity of growth available at Boxford, which is a sustainable settlement.
Right. Right. Okay. Thanks. So this is this site within the settlement boundary of Boxford?
No, it's joining the settlement. I have the references if that would help.
Yeah. Okay. So right. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So yeah, the Sheila reference for our site is SS 0293.
So the site it's been granted planning permission by the council, not at appeal.
By the council, yeah. It's land east of Sandhill, Boxford.
Right, and it's outside the settlement boundary. Right. Correct. Okay. And right. Okay. Fair enough. Mr. Deacon, you look like you want to comment on that in particular, so I'll come back to you.
I'm sorry to rush in on those, but just so you have the full picture, Inspector, the council does believe that site is actually subject to the judicial review that's pending consideration at the moment, that planning permission. So it's correct to say that it was issued granted a planning permission. However, it's a High Court challenge at the moment.
Bro, I hesitate to ask who's making the High Court challenge, the council or you can challenge your own decisions, but another party.
I'm
sorry, I don't have that in front of me at the moment.
It's the parish council, but that highlights exactly the point.
Right, the third party.
It relates to a technicality on the 106 and not concerning the principle of development.
Okay.
So that's a case in point in that there should be support for sites that have been acceptable in the plan.
Right. Okay. Complicated set of circumstances. Okay. That's quite illuminating, Mr. Barrett. But so thank you very much for that. We'll move on to Mr. Sullivan.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. If you could just remind me who you're representing, please.
Yeah, I'm from AAH Planning Consultants. We represent Future Habitat Limited and the West family, who have land interest in I.
Yeah.
So there's a few points to make, some of which have already been made. So I'll be brief in terms of highlighting the slight difference. One of the points is in respect of the scale of growth for the market town and urban areas tier within the settlement. We heard yesterday the points made by Mr. Sutton in relation to Needham Market. My client would make similar points in respect of I. There's a clear disparity here in terms of the distribution between these three settlements within the same tier, where Stowe Market dominates the overall provision. I don't think I need to go through those points again, but the same points would apply to I.
Right. Yes.
The other point that we would like to make is in specific regard to the Sheila reference site SS0014, which is land to the north of Maple Way in Eye. This is the site that my client has interest in. For background, sir, this was a preferred option allocation under policy LA 022, and in the SHELAR, it is considered to be deliverable in years 0 to 5 and potentially suitable for development.
Could you just remind me of the number again, please? The SS number.
The SS is SS0014.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So, sir, there's obviously been a number of points made on specific sites. I don't want to stray too far into what may be considered in matter 9, but I just want to point out some facts here in terms of we've heard yesterday how it's been pretty difficult to understand where the council's evidence is in terms of their site selection and the reasons for admission sites. Now, the point here, sir, is that if you consider the sites that are currently allocated in I, there is a major difference between the SHELAR assessments and the assessment of my client's site, in that all of the allocations in I, the SHELAR assessment identifies them as deliverable in years 6 to 15, apart from one small allocation for 12 dwellings, whereas my client's site is identified as potentially suitable and deliverable in years 0 to 5. There are a number of inconsistencies here that are not evidenced or explained that makes it difficult for my client to understand the reasons behind admission, and ourselves as planning professionals to understand the reasons for admissions. So we then look at the sustainability appraisal at Appendix G and look at the reasons.
I've reached there just before you.
we look at the reasons for admission, and if you look at I in its entirety in terms of, obviously, Appendix G also looks at reasons for admission and reasons for allocation, the reasons are exactly the same for all allocations and our site.
So your site was your site was said to be consistent with the JLP spatial distribution in the I neighbourhood plan, but was nonetheless excluded from the plan, and other sites with exactly the same justification were included in the plan.
Yes, but the reason that there's no explanation of the reason in that the council have carried out their own assessment in the SHLAR, and also the assessments in the SA Appendix E, where our site outperforms quite a lot of the allocations. There doesn't seem to be any inconsistency in the assessment, and the sites that have been allocated are ones that the council say will come forward in years 6 to 15. There just seems to be a lot of inconsistencies and no evidence or transparency in how the council have selected the sites or even discounted the sites.
Yeah.
From our point of view, sir, we are concerned about the spatial distribution in terms of the amount of housing that has been allocated to Y compared to that of Stowmarket, and we were concerned about the site selection process and the transparency of that site selection process in terms of sites that are allocated and sites that's not. I think, sir, I'm kind of repeating what has been previously said, but wanted to highlight the issues that we've experienced here, and to add essentially as to one of those areas where there needs to be some consideration of those 2 points there.
Okay, thank you very much. Could I ask, I mean, it's clearly an error, but is the council able to respond on that as to why SSO 114, SSO 14 is discounted on the grounds that it's consistent with the spatial distribution? It's clearly an error, but
I think, to be honest, it probably is just a simple copy and paste error.
Right.
So a drafting error in the document, I suspect. I'll say that while I'm trying to get to the right page in the essay. So.
Well, I'm there on I mean, do you know off the top of your head? So, as I understand it, this site was an original Reg 18 version of the plan taken out. Off the top of your head, and you may not know, do you know the reason why it was taken out?
Well, simply the approach taken in I was to work very closely with the neighbourhood plan that was ongoing there, and the neighbourhood plan identified, in the council's view, a sufficient volume and type of sites to be selected in that area, and the council agreed with those selections.
Okay. Right, it's 11 o'clock. We've been going for an hour and a half, so I suggest we take a break for half an hour. Just in terms of the way we're going, there's still quite a number of people to speak. We will get it done today, I'm sure. What I'm not convinced of the merits of going through necessarily at the moment is the other questions in terms of SPO3 and SPO4. They're important policies, obviously, but it's detailed wording on that really, and I think there's some bigger issues we need to resolve before worrying about those. Obviously, people will be given an opportunity to comment on those if we don't get to them at some point in the future, but I would rather everybody's been able to have their say on this rather than like a tail discussion on this for the discussion on that. But we'll see how we go. But let's break now then, and until 11:30. Right, okay, we'll make a start. I see we've got a double hand from Mr. Powell. So presumably some sort of procedural point.
Well, kind of. Just wanted to let you know I've got a dentist appointment I've got to leave here at 12 o'clock. So I'll be back by 2. So if you want to leave what I have to say until after 2 o'clock, I'll be here. But otherwise, I'm going to have to leave the meeting at 12.
Right, okay. Well, in that case, we'll go with you next, if that's okay then. Makes sense. Because who knows what will have happened by 2 o'clock.
Right, okay. Just a moment then, in which case, where the hell are my notes? Spatial distribution. Right, okay. Are we ready to actually start now, are we?
We are. I mean, obviously, we heard quite a bit from you yesterday, so you don't need to repeat what you said yesterday. But if it's sort of new points. Yeah.
They are. I got a bit confused because I thought you wanted to talk primarily about the spatial distribution essay, stuff like that. But I've noticed you kind of changed a bit. But I'll cover those two things. It's primarily about Ipswich, fringe, and allocations rather than individually Sproughton.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
One of the things I just wanted to bring up, these are more practical observations. We talked about the disparity in the Ipswich planning authority area allocation between Baber District Council and Mid Suffolk District Council. Something that's come to that we already knew about, but it really didn't really think about. The historic development of Ipswich in this area used to be out along what was called the Norwich Road. Now I think called the Old Norwich Road, but the Norwich Road. And then a tank trap was installed, which forced any traffic onto the A14. And that is basically where all development has now stopped. So the development into Mid Suffolk District Council has been effectively, appears to be effectively stopped by this tank trap. And the road from there onwards for quite a long stretch is restricted just to buses. It's kind of like, this is obviously like an artificial block to development. And if that tank trap wasn't there, you would have ready access to along the Norwich Road from Ipswich to Claydon, Great Brakenham, etc., into that area. So when it's suggested that the reason why there is a difference in development and assigning housing between Baber District Council, Ipswich policy area, and Mid Suffolk District policy area because of lack of connectivity, this is simply a matter of taking a tank trap out or filling in a tank trap that any one of the developers who are in this meeting would probably tell you they could do very, very quickly and very, very easily.
So could you just I got slightly lost there. Where is the tank trap?
Well, if you were to look at a map of a plan of Ipswich and you were to follow what is the Norwich Road, which used to be the old road that used to go to Norwich, out to the north of the...
Right, so we're heading towards Claydon sort of area.
Yes. And if you look at where the development stops and you were to have a look at that point, actually go to that point on the road, you would find a tank trap and no access to any vehicles apart from buses. If you were to look at the two roads, the road that goes through Sproughton, this is a long point that we've been arguing about a long time for other reasons. But if you were to look at the road that goes through Sproughton village compared with the old Norwich Road, and you were to today to say which of these two roads deserves a tank trap to stop traffic, you would say Sproughton. But it's been on the old Norwich Road, I presume, since the A14. But the point
I was slightly confused there. So when you say a tank trap, it's not an actual tank trap. It's a traffic a traffic calming measure type
That's
of thing.
correct.
It's been deliberately, yeah, right, okay, I understand.
It only allows buses and vehicles like
Yeah.
that to cross. If you try to cross it in a car, you fall into
You
a
fall
hole.
into the, right, so it's a traffic, yeah, right, okay. I haven't heard of those called tank traps before, so I assumed a tank trap was something MOD related, but no.
So basically, it's what I'm saying is that when they say that there is a lack of connectivity, that could be significantly altered if you want to allow development to proceed along the Norwich Road.
Yeah, the road has been artificially closed to general traffic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Although it's perfectly accessible to buses, and it makes one of the best bus routes into Ipswich, because it's got its own dedicated route. Now, the other thing that I just was saying that in relation to those, when you're looking at those differences in the allocation, that perhaps they haven't looked at practical issues there. Then I wanted to go into, you're probably aware of policy CS7 on the present local plan core strategy, which is the Ipswich Fringe Strategic Development Site, now known as Wolsey Grange 1. Now, that, my understanding was the core strategy and the local plan then was based upon housing needs assessments, and it identified that there was a need for 350 home development in the Baber district to provide for the housing requirements of Ipswich, or their proportion of the housing requirement in Ipswich, up to 2031. Now, that was actually approved in 2015, but it didn't actually get its actual approval notice till 2018. But it was actually approved for 475. Now, bear in mind the 350 was agreed. I think it was actually increased to 390 when it was put before the inspector, who actually said no, it should be about 350. So it remained at 350 as being the appropriate allocation on the core strategy. That's increased to 475 because of viability issues. So in effect, what you have is you've had that allocation that was the housing need identified for Ipswich up to 2031, increased proportionally to a level that would take it to 237. So we find it rather
2037.
Sorry, yeah, 2037, yeah. So we find it, you might say, we find it hard to understand if it's on nothing other than on availability of sites, why the increase in the Ipswich Fringe allocation for the Baber Ipswich Fringe area has increased, I think in total, if you look at everything, probably around about 2,000 houses. So we don't buy the justification that it is just for that reason. Question I had, amendments so far submitted during the examination have included changes, as you know, that you might have noticed we've objected to, because we felt that they were changes that would have been strongly objected to if they were put before the public.
Yeah. These are on SPO3 and SPO4, aren't they?
Right.
Yeah.
But we understand that the council will be making further written notes. Wanted to know if they will be available for examination and discussion.
Yeah, if we'll have to see, as I said before, whether we get to that today, I don't know. But whether we get to it or not, there will be opportunity for discussion. Whether we get to it or not today, there will be opportunity for discussion on it, and any proposed modification to the plan would be the subject of full public consultation anyway. So yeah, right. There will be, but we may or may not get it to it today.
Right. This is where the other slight thing has changed. My understanding was that you were looking at primarily things to do with the allocations of sites, etc., and how they affect the spatial strategy, etc. Yeah. But earlier on today, you said that the matters in number 9, if they affect that, need to be brought up now. I wasn't going to do that. We were going to bring up matters in number 9, which we felt would affect this, but we thought it was appropriate to bring it up there. Can I cover those briefly?
I probably I think probably not. I think it was more in terms of the council, in that I would expect the council to have set out its justification for the plan in terms of the spatial strategy now, rather than it getting to that point and trying to write. Now, inevitably, I know other people who are objecting to the plan will always do that, but the council should have put its arguments by now, if you see what I mean. So let's leave that, because I think at the moment I'm just, as you've probably gathered from the general conversation, we're not at a stage of sort of going into matter 9 and deciding on the soundness of the sites in their finality type of thing. We're not at that stage anyway. So I think it's the big picture issues relating to how the sites were selected, as opposed to more detail. So, but don't worry, if and before the plan is adopted, you will have an opportunity to comment on those individual sites.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much then, sir.
Okay. I thought I had a question for you then, but no, I don't think I do.
Well, I'll be here for another 20 minutes if you remember it.
Okay, thank you. Hope the dentist isn't too painful. It's all relative to what else you might be at.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Let's go to Councillor Carpendale.
Thank you, sir.
If you could
Sue
you're probably just about to say who you are. I was just going to say, if you could just sort of explain who you're representing.
Yes, thank you. I'm Sue Carpendale. I'm a Baber councillor, and I'm the ward member for Capel St Mary.
Right.
We've heard a lot about this morning.
Yeah.
Firstly, I'm grateful to the comments of Chris Loon today and Nigel Roberts yesterday. I completely endorse what they've been saying. I'd just like to add a few points. I think it might be hard to challenge the logic of putting development to the core villages and along the strategic corridors. But the problem is the actual result appears to be site-driven. What was offered when the call for sites was made, and I think the outcome is a vastly disproportionate allocation to Capel St Mary. It's a village. It's meant to be a village. Some growth is good, but it needs to be proportionate and not swamp the place. Document H31, I note, refers to infrastructure capacity. It says it's got good facilities, which it has. It also says growth can be accommodated within the infrastructure capacity. And I would say that it doesn't even cope very well now. We've already got 240 odd permissions, most of which are being built out. That's a 20% growth already in the size of the village, and those facilities are stretched. There's huge pressure on space in the centre of the village, and car parking and so on is oversubscribed. There's no land available to extend what might be provided for additional parking. The primary care provision in the village is very much under pressure. It struggles to cope. It's in not fit for purpose premises, and those are the words of the partners, not mine. NHS England and the CCG have made it very clear they will not be funding any new premises, and it is something we had hoped for when we were talking to the developer who has the interest in site LA 055, for which there is a planning application already tabled. So they've made it clear there's no funding. We have a dentist in the village, yes, but they don't take NHS patients along with others in the county. And there's even a waiting list for private patients. I know that because I've been trying to apply myself. The figure of 792 is way over the numbers identified by any of the housing survey needs that have been done in the village by the parish council. There's very little employment in the village, so there'll be massive out commuting by car, both for employment and to schools to Ipswich, Colchester, Manningtree, and probably beyond. There's work been ongoing on a neighbourhood plan for many years now. The goalposts keep moving, and they haven't been able to bring it to a conclusion because obviously in a referendum it has to be voted for, and I really can't see the village voting for an increase of nearly 800 homes because it's just going to destroy the village. My concern is not just for the impact on the village, which I think will be substantial and very negative. Some growth is good, as I say, but not this much. There's nothing to demonstrate how the village, or in fact the area around it, can actually function. The A12 is a 2-mile queue up to Copdock for many occasions during every day, all day and at any time. And the village itself is struggling to accommodate the growth that's proposed. And what I'm not hearing is the impact of the cumulative development in this area. We've got to add to Caper, we add East Bergolt, Bentley, Copdock and Washbrook. All of that is going to be massive. We're looking at getting on for 1,400 new homes. That's going to be using roads which are already congested. Anybody going towards Colchester is going to have to deal with the recognised substandard junctions on the A12. Locally, people have been campaigning for 30 years to try to improve the safety of those junctions, and there is absolutely nothing on the table to address those. Copdock gets a mention in the infrastructure delivery plan, but nothing else on the A12 south towards Essex. So those are really my key points, sir. They are. I don't think this is NIMBYism about the numbers. I think it's genuine concern. We just don't know how it's going to work. There's no plan to say how it's going to function. And I can just see, just endless problems if this whole number goes ahead. Thank you.
Okay, if I could just ask a question on Capel St Mary. I think you mentioned. Did you mention public transport? I'm not quite sure, but can I just ask what's the bus service like to Capel St Mary?
Yes, there is a 2-hourly bus service that goes between Colchester and Ipswich. Used to be rather better than that, but it's been cut in half. And again, I know you don't want to talk about site specifics at the moment, but the 550 site LA 055 that's proposed, there would be no way that a bus could actually get anywhere near that. So I think anyone in that development would simply just get in their cars.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much for that. We'll move on to Mr. Shaw, who I think's for one of the endurance estates.
Yeah.
If you could just.
Good morning, sir. Yeah, that's
good morning. I think you did tell me yesterday of the difference
between you, but I've forgotten. I'm specifically here on behalf of Endurance Estates for their site in Elmswell. I'll keep it brief because I obviously spoke yesterday, but just a couple of points to pick up on. The spatial distribution statement states that the level of growth for Elmswell is being considered together with that of Woolpit because there's a strong functional relationship between the two settlements. There's been no evidence to demonstrate or explain this strong functional relationship, and our view that this needs to be explained and justified through the future further work which the council's obviously now going to undertake. My second point was yesterday I emphasised the need for work on to demonstrate the viability and deliverability of the A14 link to the new school in Woolpit. But just to make clear, it's actually the sustainability of the proposed strategy which we're also concerned about. It's ineffective. It's an ineffective strategy to ask residents to commute 2 kilometres on foot or by cycle over the A14 during dark winter months. Our concerns regarding the sustainability and logic behind this strategy are heightened when it is clear that there are other options available to deliver land for a new primary school in Elmswell, which have not been acknowledged or assessed by the council. Those are the 2 points which we hope are picked up in due course.
Okay, in terms of, we talked yesterday about the schools, and Mr. Deacon said he didn't know off the top of his head, which is absolutely fine, and would probably need the county council to comment. But just in terms of that, have you had any discussions with the county council about the school, the potential school on your site, or that you could give?
No, our client hasn't. No, it's not been.
Right.
We've basically, in between the formal consultation stages, we've tried to engage with Mid Suffolk Council to explain not only that our site is suitable and deliverable, but also explain the opportunity here. But we've had no engagement back, and obviously representations haven't been.
Right. So there might or might not be some very good reason why the county council as education authority thinks there's a problem with what you propose, but you don't know because
it's not, it's just not being. I don't think at the moment our proposal sort of looks like it's not even being picked up. So there's potential really sustainable option here for the village to keep schooling all in one place, but it's just not being acknowledged.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to Mr. Purser.
Thank you, sir. I'm trying to make this not a repeat of other comments I had a go yesterday, but 3 points, please. Mr. Deacon mentions 10 sites to be reassessed. Which are they, please? And it would be helpful to know the criteria reached, the criteria used to reach that number.
Okay, I think we've probably moved beyond that in terms of in terms of where we're going. But anyway, yeah, a fair comment.
Second point: are you familiar with the north of Sudbury Crescent, please?
I'm not yet. No, we did some site visits last June, but we didn't get to Sudbury. So no, not Sudbury yet.
Well, reassured to hear the word "yet" there.
Yeah, we will definitely be going to. I have been to Sudbury in the past, but not in relation to this examination, and we will be going there as part of the examination.
Thank you. Sudbury and Great Cornard are just on the southern border of Baber, so with Essex. So there's no development possible south of Sudbury, and just north is this crescent of Long Melford, Acton, Chiltern, and Waldingfield, and they're all within a mile of each other roughly, and within 2 miles of Sudbury. These are, with the exception of Chiltern, these are all now suggested as core villages. We feel that concentration of core villages is complete overload, especially when it means that the only way that development would take place, if there's, assuming there's no land available in the settlement boundary, is by going outside the settlement boundary towards the neighbours, and in effect all the villages become linked up in one vast north of Sudbury conurbation, which is, we don't think that the infrastructure, and particularly the road infrastructure, would be able to cope with anything like that. So those were the points that I would like you to take on board, as I'm sure you have done with everything else.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We'll go to Mr. Hollingworth. If you can just remind me, I've got such a long list of everybody and who they represent that it takes me so long. It's M. Scott Properties, isn't it?
Good morning, sir. Yes, Sam Hollingworth, Stratton Parker, on behalf of Scott Properties. Thank you. I just had several points to make in response to issues discussed earlier this morning, if I may. Excuse me. I think firstly on the settlement hierarchy, I heard a number of criticisms that the approach to the spatial distribution of housing wasn't equitable having regard to the settlement hierarchy. And just on that, I think there's two very good reasons why it shouldn't simply be an equitable distribution based on settlement hierarchy. And firstly, as is the case would be in any local plan, it's necessary to take a more sophisticated approach to that. You can't simply distribute housing based on where a settlement happens to sit in the settlement hierarchy. And I think that a useful quote from one of your colleagues, the Uttlesford local plan in 2014, makes that clear when a similar criticism was levelled there, in which your colleague there so made it very clear that where it can be justified by relevant economic, social, or environmental factors, then there could well be a greater or lesser amount of development to a settlement than would otherwise be expected in the settlement hierarchy. And of course, in this instance, we've got issues such as the transport corridor, we've got issues such as sensitive landscape, for example, as well, which I don't think has been discussed much at all in the AOMBs, which I think is particularly pertinent to Capel St Mary, given it is one of the few settlements along the corridor which isn't located in proximity or within an AOMB. So that was the first point on settlement hierarchy. The second point, I said, that would apply to any local plan, really. You need to take a more sophisticated approach. I think it's particularly important in this case, given, as we heard yesterday, the settlement hierarchy in this instance is frankly somewhat simplistic. I think it'd be fair to say. So, allotment scoring the same as a secondary school, for example. That's not necessarily a fault or a fatal fault at all. Obviously, we're not examining the settlement hierarchy paper, we're examining the local plan that comes of that. The settlement hierarchy is still a useful tool. But I think if there had been if that spatial strategy had slavishly adhered to the settlement hierarchy, given how simplistic it is, then there would have been a problem. And I believe it was Mr. Stebbing as well who pointed out there's actually a very wide range of different types of settlements that happen to fall within the definition of a core village, for example. So I think, in the overview, so if we had followed the settlement hierarchy here, we'd have ended up with something that was just hopelessly simplistic and not necessarily sustainable at all. My second point was in relation to the Save Historic Newmarket judgment, which was referred to earlier, and I believe there was reference to the needs to ensure that the SA was sufficiently robust at the Regulation 19 stage. And the risk of repeating point I made yesterday, but just to clarify, the cogent judgment was made subsequent to Forest Heath, the Save Historic Newmarket judgment. And in that, it made very clear that any defects that were in place at the Regulation 19 stage of a local plan in respect of an SA could be cured subsequently. And in the case of the Rochford core strategy, that those defects were cured at a much later stage than we're actually at now. So if you were to consider that there were issues with the SA, then cogent confirms the councils would be perfectly entitled to rectify those at this juncture, or indeed even later, if for any reason that were to arise. My third point was turning specifically to Capel St Mary. I think there was an apology, so I don't be dragged into site-specific matters. I know we've got matter 9 to discuss those when in due course, but just to clarify, I think there was comments around lack of employment opportunities and concerns around infrastructure at Capel St Mary. Well, the local plan, of course, doesn't just propose residential development at Capel St Mary, it is also proposing employment use there, and the planning application that has been made does include additional development on top of residential development as well, and community facilities and employment. but so apologies, I don't want to stray into site-specific territories, but I think it just exemplifies that where you do have a reasonably large scale of development, there is opportunities as well to provide additional development that can help support employment, can help support the vitality of the settlement. But bus service provision was mentioned there, and certain proximity. And again, just to clarify, the site is within 400 metres. I'm talking about LA 055, 400 metres of bus stops that provide services to Colchester and Ipswich. Reference was made to cutbacks in those services, and I think, to my mind, so that just illustrates the need to ensure that there are appropriate levels of growth being directed to these settlements to help support bus services and ensure they're sustained. And I think that's a comment that others have made around other core villages and the need to ensure there's appropriate levels of growth there as well. And finally, sir, from me at this point, there was again reference to whether the market could support the levels of growth proposed. And again, my client will be able to discuss that in more detail direct at Matter 9 session if you need to hear from them, sir. But in short, they've seen considerable market interest in the site. Unsurprisingly, I think we've seen that across the piece, across both districts. Particularly, there's clearly a strong relationship between this housing market and Essex. As you'll probably be well aware, sir, Essex is very much struggling to meet its own housing needs. That coupled with, whilst we're still at an early stage and it's difficult to exactly quantify the impact of pandemic and people's changing habits in terms of employment, etc., we've still got what's been termed the race for space, which is likely to increase levels of migration out from more urban areas to the south of these two districts. And in short, so there's likely to be increasing pressure on this particular housing market as we move forward. So I don't think there are any concerns around the market's ability to absorb any of the levels of development that are proposed here. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brown.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, sir. Can you hear me okay, sir?
I can.
Good thing. So I just wondered, Mr. Bedford,
If you could just remind me who you're representing. I'm
sorry,
down the long list.
Sorry, Lambridge.
Oh, it's Lambridge, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, yeah, promoting the site at Great Lake that was discussed at length yesterday. So, I
feel I know it off by heart. That's fine.
There was there was a legal advice provided by Mr. Bedford, sir. I don't know whether you can go to it, but there's 2 points, which I don't think are contentious. Paragraph 19, Mr. Bedford confirms that the site itself is suitable for residential development, although there are constraints. Paragraph 20, sir, Mr. Bedford refers to, he says, any substantive change can only be made as a main modification. He says if that is recommended by the inspector. Now, just to recap, sir, the council confirm actually as well in the Sheila that the site is suitable for residential development. And as you referred to yesterday, sir, the council have written to you essentially to ask you to assess the site for allocation. My point really, sir, is that I'm not so sure what process we're in, because in paragraph 20 of the legal advice provided by Mr. Bedford, he talks about main modifications. He doesn't quite say, sir, that's where we're going. But if one assumes that he mentions it, so that's a possibility, he then says, if that is recommended by the inspector. My point, sir, is that the site assessment, whether a site is allocated or not, as much as it would be helpful, but do you think that is a function for you as the inspector, or is that a function of the council?
Well, that's I'm here to ask the questions, not to answer them. That's one for the council. But I think what I would say, put back to you, is your colleague Ms. Osmond-Smith yesterday detailed what she felt were to be a number of very significant concerns with the plan overall. And I asked, well, what would address that? Presumably just allocating this site wouldn't do that. And I think she, for your client, it said in effect, well, no, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. Much as she was very sure that that the client would be very happy if the site was allocated, it wouldn't actually address those problems in its own right, just allocating the site. So
I agree. And Mr. Bedford spoke earlier about providing a note at the end of the week, didn't he? I don't know whether that's going to happen, but it was really just clarification from him. So.
Right. Okay. Well, let's see where we let's see where we get to generally. But yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Poole.
So thank you and good morning. I'm representing planning practice called Planning for Places for People, and I just want to say that although I am working with another neighbourhood plan groups in both districts, my views and comments today are mine and not reflective of those groups. So I have a number of concerns with where we're at on the plan itself. I feel this plan has been rushed. To go from preferred options consultation that finished in 30th of September 2019 to a pre-submission plan being approved for consultation on the 11th of December in 2020 is somewhat a very quick process for many local plans. And I think we've heard from Mr. Deakin that it's not been possible to thoroughly assess, for example, Sheila sites because of the numbers and a number of reps and so on. We've also heard that the plan has got a number of errors in it. Some we now hear or heard yesterday that are fairly fundamental in terms of settlement hierarchy. Great Waldingfield for one example. Clearly, we are where we are with the preparation of the plan. But one of my concerns is that Mr. Deakin has said this morning that they consulted in context of their neighbourhood plan and their aspirations for sites. But to best of my knowledge, certainly none of the plans that I've been working on, we have ever had leading up to pre-submission consultation, any contact from the district council in terms of where we're at with the neighbourhood plans and what allocations that we were proposing. This raised its head, especially in Bayton, and we will talk about the Bayton sites and allocations should we get to matter 9. But where the local plan is directly in conflict with a neighbourhood plan that was an advanced stage of preparation. Clearly, this approach flies in the face of government guidance, the guidance about neighbourhood planning in particular, providing opportunities for local groups and local organisations to define, and parishes to define, where they will grow, how they will grow at a local level. The local plan itself is identifying every last house that is required through allocations or existing permissions. No neighbourhood plans now, unless they want to exceed that minimum, and not surprisingly, not many do, have nowhere to go other than minor policies in terms of development guidelines and local allocations. So that opportunity for those neighbourhood plan groups to actually shape and form and decide how they grow has gone.
Can I just ask on that point there, and I must admit to not being an expert in neighbourhood plans in their own right. Obviously, I understand their relevance and try to understand how they they merge with local plans, as I think we all do. But I don't need any names, but are any of the neighbourhood plan areas you're working with, have they indicated they wish to be a neighbourhood plan that allocated sites, or not, or how?
So yes, Thorndon, for example, in Mid Suffolk, their plan has been prepared. It was submitted to the district council. Top of my head, because I haven't got the details here, I'm going to say mid 2020,
right? And
the allocated sites. Those proposed allocations weren't reflected in, still aren't reflected in the local plan before you. We had a situation at Bayton where, as I said, the local plan that was the neighbourhood plan was seeking to allocate additional sites over and above those numbers that had been indicated in the preferred options plan. But the site that was allocated flew in the face of what the local community were receiving, and was a site that, through local engagement, received huge amount of dissatisfaction.
And I don't know whether you can help me or Mr. Bedford can help me on this one in terms of the law on this. If a neighbourhood plan, it's been designated as a neighbourhood plan area, it says we wish to allocate sites, is there law on that, or is it, well, in the end it's then down to the local planning authority to decide what they're going to do about it? I don't know. Is anybody able to? Are you don't know, Mr. Bedford? Do you know? Maybe I don't know if you do know. You might not, but.
Well, sir, I think the general position is it's a sequencing matter. That is to say that the neighbourhood plan, when it comes forward, obviously will have to satisfy basic conditions before it can proceed to a referendum, and therefore, if it passes the referendum, before it could be made. And one of those basic conditions is it has to be in general conformity with the strategic policies of the current development plan. And there isn't a requirement for it to be in conformity with an emerging development plan, albeit that many neighbourhood plans do seek to do that as a matter of, as it were, choice. Obviously, if and I should also say that the general position which applies in relation to development plans where you might have two elements of the development plan which are not consistent with each other, and the basic principle is that the most recently adopted prevails if there's a conflict. That principle also applies to any issues of conflict between neighbourhood plans and local plans, so that a neighbourhood plan which is made becomes part of the development plan. And if it is made after a local plan, then the contents of the neighbourhood plan would prevail. But that check about basic conditions and being in general conformity with strategic policies is intended to mean that there shouldn't be any significant conflicts between the two documents. Conversely, if a neighbourhood plan is made, but then a development plan is adopted afterwards, i.e. a local plan is adopted afterwards, then the local plan will supersede the neighbourhood plan if the local plan makes provisions which are materially different to what's in the neighbourhood plan. So say it becomes a sequencing matter as to, as it were, which gets on the books, and then a subsequent document will supersede an earlier document.
But if a neighbourhood plan and a local plan are proceeding along through preparation at the same time. The neighbourhood plan says we want to allocate sites in our neighbourhood plan, and we understand that you think, this number sort of, 200 dwellings is what our area needs. These are our 200 dwellings on these sites. And the local planning authority says, well, whether you want to allocate them or not, we don't care. We're going to allocate in our plan and identify that you identify that you need 200 in your neighbourhood plan area, and we're allocating those 200 ourselves, which are different ones to the ones you want. The neighbourhood plan's got nowhere to go, has it, legally? I don't think. Well,
the neighbourhood plan could still proceed, because until the local plan becomes part of the
assuming then the local plan proceeds on and gets.
Oh, if it becomes adopted, then from the point it becomes an adopted part of the development plan, if the neighbourhood plan hasn't yet satisfied the basic conditions, then obviously it will have to make sure that it's in general conformity with the strategic policies of the adopted development plan.
Yeah. So ultimately, it's in the hands of it's in the hands of whoever gets in there first, but ultimately it's in the hands of the local planning authority, who can decide whether or not a neighbourhood plan can allocate sites. It's going to be left to the neighbourhood plan to allocate sites, or whether it's going to be for the local planning authority to do that, isn't it? In effect.
Well, they can both do the job. I mean, with the exception of, clearly there will be some allocations a neighbourhood plan couldn't make if that was going to be inconsistent with current strategic policies. So if there was a current strategic policy, I mean, obviously the classic example is Greenbelt. That doesn't apply in obviously the plan that you're examining. No. But if you've got an existing Greenbelt, then until a local plan had cleared the air, as it were, by saying that there are going to be Greenbelt releases, a neighbourhood plan couldn't allocate sites in the Greenbelt for housing development, however much the neighbourhood plan might think that was a good idea.
Exactly. But in terms of the case here, where we've got Mr. Poole saying we've got neighbourhood plans that wanted to allocate sites themselves and propose sites themselves, the council come along and say, well, we're allocating different ones, right? In terms of, it comes to a matter of soundness for me to consider that situation. But in terms of legally, that's legally okay, isn't it?
Yes, they can both be addressing the same issue of site allocations, and both of them have to satisfy their own as it were, legal tests. And as you rightly say, in relation to the local plan, it's whether or not what they're proposing to do is sound. In relation to a neighbourhood plan, it's whether what they're proposing to do satisfies the basic conditions.
Right. Okay. Mr. Roberts, you sorry, I've interrupted you, Mr. Poole, here, but it was just useful to understand. Mr. Roberts, have you got a very brief explanation here or something?
Yes, I have, because the East Burghardt neighbourhood plan is in the process of revision, and we didn't have site allocations previously because Baber had advised us against doing site allocations. But then, in the context of the weakness of the plan in the event of a lack of a 5-year hazard land supply, we're now wishing to review our plan and put in site allocations. And all I wanted to say was, notwithstanding the legal niceties, if you like, there is a due process, and the guidance is clear. And Mr. Bedford was in a way, talking as if, the neighbourhood plan and the local plan were operating as two separate dimensions. And the guidelines in the NPPF are clear that the district should work and support the neighbourhood plan, not work in isolation. And that is an issue which I think comes to the heart of the previous person's comments, that in fact there's been the process has been independent.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Poole, for taking us off on a little down a little cul-de-sac, but I've reversed out now. We're back on the main road, so it's back to you, Mr. Poole.
Well, actually, no. If we can just go down that cul-de-sac again briefly.
Go back down.
It kind of raises that fundamental question from which Mr. Bedford was kind of referring, in terms of which come first and how neighbourhood plans, and I'll take Thorndon as that example again, where they've allocated additional sites. It's gone through examination. The district council earlier this year made the decision notice that says the plan as amended can go to referendum. We haven't got there to that referendum yet due to internal issues at Mid Suffolk in terms of staffing. But I quite expect that the neighbourhood plan will go to referendum, I would hope, earlier in the new year, which will clearly, I suspect, be before the local plan is adopted, unless you're going to be working miracles and so on. So we're going to have a local plan that doesn't refer to adopted neighbourhood plans and any allocations in adopted neighbourhood plans, because the plan is silent on that. So actually that plan will then fall away because it's not the most recent adopted plan. So again, element of frustration there, unless Mr. Bedford is going to tell me different.
So what you're saying, there are adopted neighbourhood plans, made neighbourhood plans with site allocations in them, yeah, which aren't site allocations in this plan and haven't got planning permission, so aren't there as existing commitments type of.
They have no status other than being a neighbourhood plan.
Yeah, I don't think they do fall away, do they? Because they're not in conflict with because this brings us to policy SPO 3 or 4, whichever it is, 4 I think it is, isn't it? Where that says you've got to provide, or it did originally, we need to, there was now modifications. That originally said you need to provide at least this number and you can provide more if you want. So under that, those allocations in the neighbourhood plans would still stay, wouldn't they? Because they're providing more than the number, but that's fine, isn't it? So they would stay, I think.
I don't know. As Mr. Bedford can explain.
Well, yep. Once the neighbourhood plan is made, it becomes part of the development plan, which is a portfolio of documents is probably the best way to describe it these days. It's not a single document, and a neighbourhood plan that has become part of the development plan will remain part of the development plan until it is replaced. The issue I was talking about is if there is a conflict between one part of the development plan and another part of the development plan, the conflict is resolved in favour of the last to be adopted or made. But on the scenario that has just been posited, if the neighbourhood plan makes allocations, which either may be on sites that the local plan was considering or maybe on different sites, those allocations wouldn't be in conflict with the local plan once it becomes adopted, when the local plan is only proposing to set out figures as minimum requirements. So making additional requirements on different sites or greater numbers on sites which are referred to in the local plan wouldn't put you in conflict with.
To what extent then is this an issue? I mean, you, Mr. Poole, you say there are at least one of instance of this, and you're not representing all parish councils, are you? You're only representing some. Because it seems, to what extent did the council take account of these ones that were already in and would remain in when allocating sites? Because we've got this 20% buffer, but it sounds like, I mean, it's not going to be it's not going to be a vast number, I imagine, but there will be it won't be a vast number to the district as the two districts as a whole, presumably, but to the individual settlements, it could be a significant difference, couldn't it?
Yeah. So I mean, the rationale.
And if somebody bangs a planning application in on all of those sites, so all the sites that are in the local plan, the sites that are in the neighbourhood plan, banks planning applications in, that they all get approved, really, don't they? Because they're in a local plan, they're in a neighbourhood plan. There's no good reason to get rid of them, any of them.
Yeah. So where I was coming from was, Mr. Deacon said earlier on that they'd had talks and negotiations with Town Council about the content of their neighbourhood plan. Had that process taken place with the other neighbourhood areas across both districts, in terms of where we were at with producing neighbourhood plans, they actually might have found that some of those parishes were actually planning on identifying additional sites, and that actually the whole neighbourhood plan, local plan interface would have been slightly better, rather than, as I've said earlier, district council taking it on themselves to deliver every last house in terms of allocations, even for neighbourhood areas.
Okay.
You know, that's gone, that's passed. What I did want to go on to, if I may, to come out of your cul-de-sac, is it's kind of repeating what Mr. Loon was saying in terms of hamlets are receiving more growth than some core villages. You know, and I take the example of Leavenheath, where a site of 40 houses is being proposed in a hamlet, where actually we have policy LPO1 says that in hamlets, windfall developments may be acceptable, comprising single dwellings or a pair of semis. So there seems to me a bit of a, you know, mismatch here between allocating a site for 40 houses in a hamlet, not allocating a site in a core strategy where we found sites are actually, through the Sheila process, are deemed to be okay. You know, something's not quite right. I've looked at the spatial distribution strategy in paper H31, which says on page number 32 for the site in Leavenheath, limited development here will help provide planned rural diversity and viability, as well as local affordable housing, which to me raises a number of questions. Is 40 dwellings in Leavenheath limited? Certainly doesn't seem to apply, conform with policy LBO1. Is a hamlet a sustainable location for affordable housing of those numbers? And is 40 houses in itself sustainable in a hamlet village? And those are, you know, some of the issues that I just, you know, am concerned about. The plan itself also makes allocations that have actually been refused and dismissed on appeal in a number of locations. And I don't quite understand why such a pursuant of those sites, given the potential undeliverability, is again still being pursued. I think it would also be helpful.
So I can just confirm that one again. So you're saying there are allocations in the plan that have been previously, and when we say previously, are we meaning recently?
Within the last 2 years.
All right, and do we know if they were refused on a point of principle, or is it, or do you not know that? Because they could have been refused on a design matter or something like that, where they say in principle it's all fine, but not this particular scheme. Do you know that, or?
Well, one I know in Copdock and Washbrook, I think it's LA 009 on London Road in Washbrook, was refused by the planning committee as being not in a sustainable location. And there are others that have been refused because of impact on landscape impact on heritage, dismissed an appeal on that.
Right.
I have made those comments in representations to the plan.
Yeah. The Washdock one, you just let me just see LA09. You say?
I think it is. Yes, LA009.
I'm just looking what page on the plan. It appears under
207 is the map. 205 is the policy.
So, Mr. Deacon, are you able to comment on this? So we have a site which has been refused on grounds of sustainability by the council recently. So Mr. Poole says, yeah, it appears in the plan.
On that particular one in Copdock and Washbrook, I don't have anything I can give you off the top of my head. I can take it away and report back to you later if that's helpful.
Okay, yeah, well,
it's not something that's familiar to me, to be perfectly honest with you.
Okay, no, that's fine.
There is another one in Sproughton, which is, but I don't have it in my head for Copdock and Washbrook, I'm afraid.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Could I just make one further point, if I may?
Yeah.
And again, it relates to what Mr. Deacon was saying earlier on this morning, that a number of sites have since been granted planning permission since the base date of the plan, April 2018. I think it would be helpful to everybody if it were possible to identify if those sites that have been granted planning permission were on sites allocated in this plan, or are in fact additional large sites, so sites of over 10, because clearly those numbers, again, could impact on the plan and its delivery. Clearly it's for you to make that decision, but I think it would help all here present to understand exactly what is going on.
Okay, Mr. Deacon, again, you may not know the answer to this off the top of your head, but do you know if any of the recent permissions on more significant sites over 10 or whatever have been on sites not allocated in the plan?
Yes, there are windfall sites that have been allocated as well. So in the last, let me take that back. There are windfall sites that have been approved in recent months, indeed, that aren't allocations in the plan.
Right. It gets a bit complicated then to say what's windfall and what's a site not allocated in the plan, doesn't
yes,
it?
I understand.
But okay.
So the vast majority of sites with planning permission, certainly at the date of Reg 19 consultation, were identified as allocations in the plan.
Yeah.
Now, bearing in mind that time is rapidly becoming history, there are more sites that have got permission that are not allocations in the plan.
Right. Outside settlement limits?
Yes.
Ah, right. Right. Because I suppose, well, the windfall, in fact, so when, in terms of windfalls, because the windfall policy, and I know that's subject to change as well, and the windfall policy is within settlement limits, isn't it? So these aren't windfalls in terms of what this plan would deem as a windfall. Because if they're outside settlement limits.
I don't know if Mr. Baker.
I'm not sure that follows. Is that once a site has got planning permission, then if it wasn't an allocated site, it would be normal to treat that site as a windfall.
No,
wherever,
sorry,
wherever
you're misunderstanding. What I'm meaning is, had this site come in for permit, these sites got permission within the last few months or whatever. Had these sites got permission, had these sites come in for planning application, planning permission after this plan was adopted, they wouldn't be windfalls in terms of, or they wouldn't be deemed as falling within the windfall policy, would they? Because that's settlement boundary within the settlement boundary. Yeah.
Yes.
But,
yes. yeah, there may be reasons why they get granted outside of a settlement boundary, but you're right, there wouldn't be, as it were, a permissive policy saying that they can come forward outside of the settlement boundaries once this plan has been adopted.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, we keep on interrupting you, Mr. Poole, but it's because you.
I think I'm done.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Sutton.
Yes, thank you, sir. It's only a small point, picking up on what I was talking about yesterday in the line.
Just remind me who you're representing again.
Sorry, representing J-Nick Properties Limited.
Oh, yeah.
Each, the East Anglia Children's Hospice. In respect of Needham Market, and that's the process that happened there in respect of neighbourhood plan and emerging local plan, where an inordinate amount of work was done by the town council to look at long-term development for the town. And this was on the back of a whole host of applications being granted on appeal and by the council in at a time when there was lack of 5-year housing land supply. So they decided to take the bull by the horns and commissioned an inordinate amount of work to look at Needham Market. And that work is available. But the point was that the council actually told Needham Market Town Council that they were only going to be allocating a figure of less than 500 houses, and all those sites were in the settlement boundary, and there will be no need to look beyond the settlement boundary. So all that work, as I said yesterday, was effectively rendered useless, even though they then did pursue a further report to look at long-term growth in Needham Market. So it's this point about, you know, the council's working with neighbourhood plans, which clearly, you know, they stopped them in their tracks, shall we say, in this case, and that became the sole reason then for not looking at any further allocations on the west side of Needham Market.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Freer, you've appeared on the screen.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, following on regarding Needham Market, I work for James Bailey Planning, and Taylor Impey have a site in Needham Market. I said yesterday we talked about the differences between the evidence documents regarding to Bosmere Primary School capacity, and that was basically a cap on growth regarding H31 in the core documents for Needham Market. Basically, the site in Needham Market for Taylor Wimpey is a Sheila site, SS1070. I said yesterday when you asked me, was that discounted? I meant it was discounted not to go through to the local plan. It was actually a site that was supported or could be suited for development in the future. So I just wanted to correct that basically, and I wanted reassurance that Needham Market was going to be one of the locations to be sort of looked at, the 10 sort of villages you talked about regarding
that. The 10. I from my point of view, that 10 is not an exclusive list or anything. It's not even a list. It's. I just happened to mention that it wasn't just the Great Blakenham I was talking about. There were other, and they were examples. It was not saying that there are necessarily problems in there. It was just examples. So
okay,
yeah.
Well, that regard then, obviously Needham Market, we draw to your attention with regards to the capacity issues at Bosmere Primary School, which don't appear to be the case based on the evidence documents. And also Taylor Wimpey have a site at Debenham where similarly a core village with high school, primary school, leisure centre. That site in Sheila was considered suitable, but once again wasn't allocated. The district council have relied on the neighbourhood plan there, but we were going to raise things, matter 9, regarding the lack of delivery of those neighbourhood plan sites, in the fact that what the numbers of houses they were putting forward aren't being delivered through plan applications.
Right. Okay. Okay, which is the other side of the the neighbourhood plan story, isn't it? Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Stebbing.
Thank you, sir. Wearing another hat, I'm a neighbourhood plan examiner. And I'm echoing really what Mr. Bedford said to you a few minutes ago. Neighbourhood plans can do and actually are encouraged to make housing site allocations through national policy. And those site allocations may not appear at all in a relevant local plan for that area. That's not necessarily a conflict, because the neighbourhood plan will go through the same site assessment process and potential SEA process that the local plan has gone through, albeit on obviously a much more localised scale.
But my point that the situation now, I don't know whether it, well, in theory, according to Mr. Poole, it does arise somewhere here, that there's a neighbourhood plan that's allocated sites for itself. It's a made neighbourhood plan. It's allocated sites for itself. I don't know whether it's quite the case here, but in theory, it disagrees with the sites that the local planning authority is allocating in its plan in its area. So it ends up sort of with potentially twice as many sites as it was. I think it can end up with all those approved, couldn't it? Because its only option then is to revise its neighbourhood plan as quickly as possible and take out those sites.
It is, and that review mechanism exists and again is encouraged. The fact of the matter is, neighbourhood plans in these two districts will be tested against the existing adopted local plans and not the plan that you're examining.
Yeah.
And you might describe that as a flaw in the system, but it is the system, and that is the test for the relevant basic condition. And the key word in that basic condition, as Mr. Bedford pointed out to you, is conformity with the strategic policies of the local plan. And I suspect that's the Needham market issue.
Yeah, but all of which points to the importance of the local planning authority working with the neighbourhood plan.
It does.
People to avoid such issues.
It does.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I'll finish, sir.
All right, okay. Thank you very much. I think I've still got some hands up from people who've previously spoken. I don't know whether it's that people still want to speak again or come around again or what. I would. I'll just see. Councillor Carpendale, did you want to come back again?
No, sir, my hand should not be up.
All right, okay. I think it's my computer lags at times. If there's anybody who wishes to speak, could you put your camera on and wave your hand at me? Mr. Poole wishes. This is the problem with it's all this IT. It's also wonderful, isn't it, until it doesn't work.
So actually, it was in the round, as we both know. But I just really wanted to follow up what Mr. Stebbing had said in relation to the status of policy LSO1 in the plan, which allocates a large number of sites across both districts, relatively small sites, but whether it is envisaged by district councils that those sites and that policy is a strategic policy. And where I'm asking the question and where I'm kind of going on this is, if neighbourhood plans have to be in conformity with the strategic policies of the local plan, if policy LSO1 isn't seen to be a strategic policy that allocates sites of 5, 10, 20 dwellings, then a neighbourhood plan could potentially be prepared after adoption of the local plan and take those sites out and allocate its own sites as long as it meets the numbers in policy 03 or 04, whichever that table exists in. Sorry to be a bit of a pain on this, but you can see where the problems are going to come.
I remember at the beginning of this examination debating something along those lines to myself and discussing it with my colleague on that, because it is that's the system we're in, isn't it? And it's a difficult one. It's a difficult one. I don't think we're going to get an answer to that. Mr. Roberts may have the answer to it.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have, but it's a relevant point, I think. One of the questions we did ask of Baber when in the context of us revising our neighbourhood plan was are the three sites in East Burgock strategic sites? So are you classifying them as, you know, in the context of the joint local plan as strategic sites? And what is the definition of a strategic site from the point of view of Baber? And the response to that was every site which is allocated, so all those sites we've been discussing over the last 2 days, every site which is allocated in the joint local plan is a strategic site. And I pushed back on that and said, well, surely that cannot be the case. I mean, so, you know, how can every site be strategic? And I was assured that Baber consider every site as strategic. Now, so whether that illuminates the discussion or confuses it, I'm not sure, but that was what I was told. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Deacon.
If it's any help, I would confirm that the council does believe that all allocations in the plan go towards meeting the objectively assessed needs. Therefore, they are strategic. They're making the contribution towards meeting the needs. Therefore,
right. Okay. I can certainly see the sense in that. I'm not sure the plan at the moment does that, but that's an important point. I mean, it's a relatively solvable point. You just suddenly make them absolutely clear that they're strategic policies. But yeah, I think that, and that would get round. Well, it would get around the issue. It would get around the issue. Okay. Although I've got some hands showing, I don't think there's anybody else who wishes to speak, because I think everybody's already spoken. We're at 1:45, so I guess we bring it to a close now.
So could I just clarify, were you wanting to hear anything further from the council by way of response to any of those points that have been raised this morning? Obviously, there were various matters which touch on the, as it were, the general debate that we had earlier on, and I wasn't proposing to comment on those. There were a number of points where people had raised what were almost matter-nine site-specific issues, and again, I wasn't particularly wanting to deal with those unless you'd obviously asked a question, as you did as we went through with Mr. Deakin. And then also there was the point about the engagement that the council had had with the various neighbourhood planning groups, which I think that Mr. Hobbs gave some information on when this came up on an earlier stage when we were dealing with the local policies. And again, I don't know whether you wanted to hear anything further from that, but if I simply say, we wouldn't quite want you to go away with the impression that maybe you've got from some of the participants that these councils, i.e. the two district councils, are not engaging with neighbourhood planning groups. There may be a difference of view between some of the participants as to the degree of engagement. And that is an issue that I think Mr. Hobbs talked about previously. But I say it's a question of whether you would want to hear anything further from us on that, or just note that there may be, as it were, differences of view about the degree of engagement, as opposed to that there is as it were, some kind of in principle objection to engagement by the district councils.
Right. I mean, I'd assume that was what the council's response would be. And you have now sort of made that. I don't think unless you think so, I don't think going into more detail on that, it's just going to be repeating that point, isn't it? And I don't think you're going to be going into more detail. So I think I understand. I understand the point. Although we have potentially got time this afternoon to discuss SPO3 and SPO4, I'm minded not to, because I think we've raised. They have to follow on in many ways from the spatial strategy. They set out the spatial strategy, and I just think we would be, I just don't think it would be fruitful at the moment to discuss those. However, what I do think we should come back at 2 o'clock, and I will give. Well, I would like to set out some thoughts, and I would also like to hear from the council now, just on where we go from here. I mean, I'm debating here as to who should go, whether I should speak first or you should speak first. But I think I'd actually like the council to speak first. In the end, I've set out my concerns. You haven't had them in full detail. Yeah, I utterly appreciate that, and I've still got stuff to think about and discuss with Mrs. Partington, my colleague. But I think I would like to hear what where the council thinks we are at the moment, and what a possible way forward is for me to then perhaps make some further comments and then go away and consider. And if you could, in particular, I raised this earlier on this morning, that I am not convinced that Matter 9 hearings should go ahead, the week after next. I would just be grateful for your thoughts on that. I'm sure you won't be. I'm sure you won't be delighted at that prospect, but I just want to understand whether you perhaps reluctantly agree with that, or whether you think absolutely not, they should definitely go ahead. I mean, obviously, in the end, it's my decision, but I would like to understand where the council is on that. So I think what we'll do, we'll come back at 2 o'clock. Well, the only thing I would say is, would you like a bit longer to be able to discuss this? Would you like 2:30, for example, gives you a bit longer to discuss it? And we could perhaps come back at 2:30, because I don't think we are. Other people are obviously welcome to sit in, but I'm not minded now to take anything further from anybody else. We need to see where we are. You need not fear that the plan will not be sort of signed off and adopted from this point. So you need not worry that you're not going to get a further chance, because you clearly will. But I don't think it's particularly helpful for other people to be adding more this afternoon. Would you like a bit longer?
Well, so certainly. It might help just to make sure that we've got a bit of time, but also that we do manage to have time for a sandwich as well. Yeah. So yes, that would be much appreciated.
I mean, is 2:30 enough? Would you prefer 3 o'clock?
No, I suspect 2:30 will suffice, sir.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll return at 2:30. As I say, how I envisage it being is the council setting out where it thinks it is, and me responding to that as to where I think we are, and included in that, you'll comment on your thoughts, the council's thoughts on Matter 9. Okay. Right. Thank you very much. So we'll see people at 2:30.
You okay, Matt?
No, we've had a bit of an issue in the room that we're in that I don't think the power's gone off, but all of the lighting has gone off. So apologies if you can't see us very well. We can see the screen, but we can't see what's on our desk very easily.
We can see you.
We can see you fine. Are you okay to see what you need to see, or?
No, I think at the moment we can see enough to deal with matters. So it's not quite clear whether there's an electrical fault in this room or it's a wider issue, but so long as you can hear us, and I say we can see enough for the purposes of continuing.
Right, yeah. We can see you. Well, certainly I can see you fine, and hear you fine, and everything. Okay, well, we'll make a start then. So over to the council.
Thank you, sir. So in terms of making progress with the examination, matters. So subject obviously to this also reflecting your views, we were assuming that we would continue with tomorrow's hearing, which is already programmed and various parties are expecting to attend. But for two reasons, we, albeit reluctantly, have recognised that the Matter 9 hearings scheduled for November ought to be postponed. And the two reasons are, one is effectively in terms of the substance of the discussion at those hearings, the risk of, as it were, a cart before the horse situation. But the second reason, which just reinforces that, is that from as it were, a personnel and logistical point of view, in order to be making effective and expeditious progress on the further work, which I'm about to come on to, the team really needs to be free from focusing on hearings and matters. And obviously, if we were to have those Matter 9 hearings, no progress could be made on the wider issues until those had been completed. So there's actually a benefit in terms of there's a fortnight that is gained, as it were, in terms of the programme. So taking both of those reasons together, I say reluctantly, we take the view that the Matter 9 hearings should be postponed, again, subject obviously to that being agreeable to you and to Mrs. Partington. Then moving on from that to the more substantive issues of, well, what is the council envisaging doing? Clearly, as we've listened during the course of the last 2 days to the various matters that have been raised, and we certainly consider that matters are capable of being addressed by the provision of additional information, but that additional information is not simply a question of what we've previously referred to in terms of better explanation, better signposting, but needs to include some further assessment work to check that the approach that we have adopted, the lights have now come back on, to check that the approach that we have adopted is robust. Obviously, we've got a view about that, but we need to go through a further process in order both to satisfy you on that and also to address some of the issues that have been raised. So what we were envisaging, if I deal with what you might call the bottom-up element first, and then turn to what might be the top-down element second. So far as the bottom-up element was concerned, we were envisaging revisiting for the top 3 categories in the settlement hierarchy, that's to say the Ipswich Fringe, the market town stroke urban areas and the core villages, revisiting the Sheila in relation to those categories of sites which were discounted in Appendix E of the Sheila, and revisiting the ones that were discounted for what was essentially a planning judgment reason concerned with the site being disproportionate or the site not being consistent with the settlement pattern or the settlement character. Plus, there are a very small number of sites where we recognise that there have been some factual errors in the assessment process and the discounting, such that they ought to also be revisited and obviously assessed on a correct basis. There is also the Great Blakenham site, which obviously wasn't assessed originally, which needs to come into the process. So effectively, the starting point is to revisit the Sheila discounted sites in those categories, and obviously the council will need to look at the rationale that it gave in relation to those matters and whether that is adequately robust or not, and therefore potentially the result of that is that there would be sites that would come through that revisiting and review process which would be then deemed suitable and deliverable, which are not at the moment sites in that category. We don't know at the moment what quantum of sites that might involve, but we can envisage that, we've got an open mind obviously until we've done the work, but we can envisage that there will be, potentially a number of sites there, which, it may be modest, it may not be modest, we don't know yet. But those sites, in the light of that, would then be subject to SA utilising the comparable methodology to that of the existing SA, so that any comparisons are on the same basis rather than changing the methodology, maintaining the methodology, so that any new sites that do therefore come into the equation are being then SA'd on an equivalent basis to existing sites. That SA work will then need to be integrated with the existing SA, so that, say, if in relation to a particular settlement 2 or 3 additional sites then emerge, they will need to then be set in the context of the approach of the SA of looking at the sites in particular settlements. And that will be what you might call all part of the kind of the bottom-up process. So, say, additional potential Sheila sites coming forward and being assessed effectively in the same way as other sites. But then also, and this is more the top-down element, as a separate, as it were, strand of the SA work, we were also envisaging revisiting the consideration of alternatives to the distribution set out in SPO4 for the top 3 categories. Again, the Ipswich Fringe, the market town stroke urban areas, and the core villages. So testing to what extent there are additional reasonable alternatives to how that distribution works. And then in the light of obviously what that work is, and we don't know at the moment because it obviously hasn't been done, there may be a need then for further sustainability appraisal of those alternatives to sit against what has already been assessed. And then the conclusion of those 2 elements of what you might call technical work, so the Sheila work first and then the SA work second, and this is then still a part of the exercise, is then the council would take the outcome from those 2 strands of work to then review whether it continues to be of the view that the spatial distribution set out in SPO4 is robust and appropriate, or needs to be adjusted in whatever respect that flows out of that earlier work. And obviously, again, we've got an open mind about that because one clearly doesn't know at the moment what, if anything, might unfold. So, sort of, that's the, as it were, those are the work streams. One thing we haven't yet built into that is the extent to which there would be a need for member involvement into a process so far as any decision making was concerned at the end of that exercise on the part of what the council's position would be in the light of that work, and that's something that we just need to reflect on. But what we're envisaging is that the evidence-based material would then be available for a consultation period. And we're envisaging that if we were to start the work at the beginning of November this year, we would expect to be in a position to complete that work 3 months later, so by the beginning of February of next year. We would then envisage that being published for a 6-week consultation period, which would allow interested persons to comment on that. We would then envisage, because obviously we wouldn't know until they commented what issues, if any, people had then raised, there'd be a need to that to be digested by the councils, and clearly before resumed hearings, we're assuming that you would want the council to be providing you with hearing statements, which would be in the light of the consultation responses.
I think probably I think there would need to be 2 stages there, wouldn't there? Of you do the work, you say you need to discuss the extent of member involvement, which obviously I understand, so I'm not holding you to anything there, but clearly the council needs to decide as a result of that work whether that evidence work, whether any changes to the plan are needed. You then need to go out to consultation on the evidence and the council's view on whether any changes to the plan are needed, and then you need to see, I think, what is said to that, so that the council can then decide, well, in the light of that, we think this is either no changes to the plan are necessary at all, we still stick to our guns type of thing, or whether you are formally proposing some changes to the plan. I think you need to do that, because I think I'm not convinced you can just go out with the evidence for consultation without you saying what you think the changes to the plan should be, if any.
Yes, sorry. Probably that's my fault for not being clear enough. I had sort of envisaged that the outcome of the evidence-based work would be then a review by the council of the spatial distribution in SPO4, and potentially anything else that might arise from that. That would all be undertaken before we went out to consultation. So the consultation would be not merely on the evidence-based material, but also on what the council was proposing to do with that evidence base in terms of what the implications of that were for the plan.
Right.
So that's what we were envisaging would start at the beginning of February. I say, which we were then envisaging allowing a 6-week period for representations, both obviously on the evidence and on whatever it was that the council was suggesting in relation to the plan about that. We would then need, I say, an opportunity to reflect on the outcome of that consultation, which meant that we were thinking, again, bearing in mind that we thought that you would prefer that any hearings were after we then provided you with, let's say, hearing statements, once we'd seen what people had said in their consultation responses, that we were envisaging then that the hearings would resume probably at the beginning of May. So there's effectively a 6-month pause in the examination process from November through to the end of April, with then, I say, looking to schedule, and I think there is an Easter, I think it's a mid-April Easter this year, and obviously certain people will have holiday requirements or commitments during that period.
Okay. Sort of 2 initial thoughts are, one, that sounds like a scale of work which I think is probably necessary in the light of the concerns, and I have been chatting to my colleague over lunch. So I should say it's a scale of work we think is necessary. I think this is a sort of detail, but I think the timescales you talk about are probably very optimistic. So, so I'm not saying I wouldn't want to hold you to those timescales, or you to yourself to those timescales, because I sense that part of the problem is that there was a rush to get the plan submitted for good reason. I'm not criticising the desire to rush to get a plan in. I'm not criticising that. I know the government is very, very, very keen on encouraging authorities to get plans in place. But what we don't want to do is then spend another 6 months rushing again and ending up not solving the problem. Better to take 8 or 9 months and solve the problem than to try and do something in 6 months that doesn't solve the problem, if you see what I mean. And those I'm the 6 and the 9 months, I'm just picking figures out of the air, but so it does sound to me optimistic timescales, but given the importance of not rushing, I think that is the because it's when things are rushed that mistakes are made, and that judgments that might not be the best judgments are made because we've just got to do this because we've got to get this in by next Tuesday type of thing. So that would be one thing I would say. I think that a couple of other things from what you said. Yes, happy to go ahead with tomorrow's hearing. I think that makes sense. Makes sense on a number of accounts. It then means it's a matter separate from what we've been talking about today, gypsies and travellers. It's a matter where in itself further work may be necessary, so that it's something else to add to the mix. So I think that's a reason to go ahead with that. And it also means that on the plan, as it is at the moment, everything's been done apart from the site. So it's a sort of neater end to this section of hearings than if we were to leave it. So I agree, we would go ahead with tomorrow. I then think what all that you say there sounds on the face of it, obviously I've only just heard of it, the sort of work that is needed and the scale of work. But what I would, and I think what I think is good with this is that I think you need to be leading on what work it is you think you can do to address the concerns, and you need to go away and do that and come back to us type of thing. Because what we can't do is we as inspectors be involved all along the way with this, because then we just get embroiled in this evidence and this development of this evidence that we then have to independently assess. So I think it's right for you to go away and do this work type of thing but as a council, and get your own council's view on it, if you see what I mean, so that we then can come to it again independently. The only thing I would say to that, though, is what I think would be useful if you could set down in writing what it is you're proposing to do, perhaps with a little bit more detail than you've just said there. But I'm not expecting not every T crossed and I dotted, but a bit more detail than what you've said there. And we'll take as quickly as we can, but probably a week or so to look at that, consider it, and come back to you on that with any suggestions as to what else we might think might be needed, what could be done in a slightly different way, that type of thing. And then at least, although you're going away and doing the work independently, at least we've said, well, at least we've had time to sort of sit and think what it is you're going to do. might even be as a result of, if you can write to us, set that out, we can look at it. It might even be that a sort of a bit like another preliminary Matter 4 session, a session live streamed, obviously, for so that it's in the public domain, but just between the inspectors and the council to discuss some issues. If there's issues to not discussing what distribution is right or any of that, but just discussing the nature of the work and whether this work would address the problem, or whether this work could have the potential to address the problems. So I think that might, I just say that as an option. It may not be necessary, but I think if it might be, and I think that all adds to the also adds to the thing about the timescales, because you know, that's all, doing all that is going to take 2 or 3 weeks before we've even got there. So I just don't think you can go out on Monday morning and start commissioning this work or doing this work, because otherwise, otherwise it's rushing into it again, isn't it? Rather than stopping and thinking, right, where do we go? Where do we go from here? And there may be other things that over the next few days you begin to think about. There'll be things that we reflect on and think, yeah. So that's why I think we need to see something set down in writing. We've got time to consider it, and can then come back to you, and we'll go from there. And yeah, so I think that's my thoughts. Is that anything from the council on that? Is that?
No, certainly, sir. We recognise that it would be much better to get the work stream right rather than just get it done. And we also recognise that it would be much better that before we embark on that work stream, that you and Mrs. Partington at least had the opportunity to cast your eye over what we're intending to do, so that if it seems to be off beam to the areas that you are clearly concerned about, that there's an opportunity for that to be addressed. So we'd set, or we'd referred to the 6 months just because we know that there have been, as it were, other examinations where 6 months has been almost, as it were, a default pause period. But we're not wedded to that. It wasn't as if we had some particular reason for stipulating that. It was just that was, in a sense, we thought the minimum that we could realistically work to.
Yeah, no, I mean, in terms of pauses of examinations type of thing, obviously it's never ideal. Subject to what we see in what comes forward, because I think I've got to say that at this point, you know, subject to what we see, because if what we see, we either think is not going to address the problem, or we're going to say to you, well, actually, the work needs to be even bigger, but you know, whatever. But assuming we do agree that the scope of work, in principle, has a possibility of addressing the problem, and none of us can know whether it will address the problem until it's been done. Subject to that, I don't have a particular thing in terms of a time scale within reason, and all I would say is much better to take that bit longer and get something that's right than to rush it, come in with it in 6 months, and us then say, well, it's still not solved the problem, at which point we would be then saying, no, this is the end, this has to be the end. Whereas if it takes 9 months and comes forward with something we can then say, yeah, this is an adoptable plan type of thing, then that's achieved something, hasn't it? So, but I mean, obviously, equally, if it just drags on for 5 years, not I'm suggesting it will, but if it just drags on for 5 years, we're also going to be likely to coming and saying, hang on, this is, you know, yeah. But as to 6 months, 9 months, no, I'm not going to. You know, and we just don't know at the moment. Not even, I mean, with some suggestions of timescales would be useful, but I wouldn't wish to hold you to those timescales at this stage, because that just ends up at the sort of problems we've just been talking about.
Yeah, Thank you. So certainly we will work on that basis. As you know, we're certainly hoping that we don't get anywhere near the North Hertfordshire or the York City Council positions, where I think they were submitted. Is it 2017 and possibly 2018,
Yeah.
and the examinations are still ongoing?
Yes. And I have West Oxfordshire under my belt, which was another very, very long. In fact, it saw the retirement of an inspector in the middle of it, and he was only 28 when it started. Right. Okay. So I think that's probably about covered us for this afternoon. So we'll leave it there. We will have the session tomorrow. I mean, I suppose just the other thing to say is in this note that we've already got a list of work to do. Obviously, some of that is just sort of policy. Main mods on policies, things like that, on development management policies. Not so concerned about that, but it's more the work that involves the collection of evidence, any form of review of evidence. I think you need to integrate that into this, so we're clear as there's one sort of basket of work that's being done. So if you could do that would be useful, and there may be more that comes out of tomorrow. And if you can get that to us, I say as soon as possible. But again, I come back to the point of get it right rather than rush it in and get it wrong. We will get back to you as soon as we can, and we will then take it from there. Okay. I didn't ask for any comments from others, but there are some. But okay, Councillor Carpendale.
Thank you, sir. If I may, this may or may not be an appropriate question to ask you, but given now the delay to discussing matter 9 and the sites, do you have a view as to the impact of imminent or tabled planning applications that are currently relevant to some of those sites that are currently in the plan? I say it may or may not be within your.
I can't. Yeah, no, sorry. I can understand why you've asked the question, but unfortunately, I can't comment on that. The council has received planning applications. The council has to decide what it does with those applications. I can't be involved, in that at all on that matter. It's sort of an entirely different. It's all planning, but it's an entirely different legal process, and I would be compromising all sorts of people, including myself, if I was to comment on any of that. So no, I'm afraid I can't comment on that.
It's worth a shot. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Deacon, have you got your hand up? No. Oh.
No, sorry, I didn't. I don't know why that's happened.
No, I think it might only be on mine that it came up. Mr. Stebbing.
Can I just ask for your confirmation, sir, please, on how far, if at all, you are considering what are termed omission sites? I'm extremely conscious of your important notes, bullet number 3, in fact, on the very front page of your matters and questions for this examination, which clearly indicated that you would not be considering at this stage omission sites.
Yeah.
And I feel that I've already heard quite a bit so far today and yesterday on that topic, rightly or wrongly. Does that stem from a change of mind on your part or not?
No, the point remains clear that we will not be formally considering omission sites in examination, and we haven't. We've considered the site selection process as to whether the site selection process was robust and whether the spatial distribution, which is based on that, is robust, if you see what I mean. And yes, inevitably, you can't have that discussion without people saying, yeah, well, look, my site was badly assessed, type of thing. If the council go, and this is one of the reasons why I was very clear that it has to be the council goes away and does its work independently of us as inspectors. If the council goes away and concludes that different sites should be allocated in the plan, there's a change to the plan or whatever, we then get into a situation where, although technically, if they've come forward with a new site, although technically it is an emission site, it's an emission site which actually the council themselves supporting. So we would are proposing to address soundness problems. So we would then consider those as in effect a site in the plan. In the end, they may have to go in as a main modification as opposed to because it's not the plan as it was originally submitted. But we will. But that would be a down the line between from this point until the council, assuming this can all happen, assuming the council can come back with something in sometime next year, saying this is what we're now this is what we're now proposing in the plan, which might be the same as now, it might be something different, I don't know. We can't we're not considering any well, as it is, we won't be considering any sites any further, if you know what I mean. The examination will be paused by this work going on.
No, I'm very grateful for that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Sutton.
Yes, so just a point of clarification, really. Is it the council are just going back to consider the Sheila sites that were included in the SA, or are they going back to cover all the Sheila sites that have been submitted?
Sorry, I thought I didn't make that clear enough. What we were going to start with was the Sheila sites in Appendix E. Those are the discounted sites, and the discounted sites are not ones which have been considered in the SA because they were discounted sites. So because they didn't come through the Sheila, they didn't get into the SA. And then I say there is the separate position of the Great Blakenham site, which didn't get into either of those documents in the initial work, which we would obviously bring into this work. And therefore, the sites that we will be reviewing will be not all, because I made it clear which categories I was talking about, not all, but some of the sites which were discounted in the Sheila. And after we've reviewed those sites, some of those, if we've, as it were, got a different view on those in the light of that exercise, some of those sites will then go forward to the SA, which would be the next stage for sites which are considered suitable and deliverable.
Thank you, Mr. Bedford, that's helpful.
Okay, right, well, thank you very much for that. I think that draws us to a close this afternoon. We'll be seeing the council tomorrow for the Gypsy and Traveller session. In terms, and the council will be writing to us in due course with whatever it is. I mean, no doubt you'll put that on the website, and although we won't necessarily be inviting comments, we'll come back with our comments. In the meantime, I'll speak to Annette in the meantime, but in the meantime, Annette will need to advise people of the postponement of the Matter 9 sessions and put something on the website to that effect. So I'll speak to her separately about that. But beyond that, thank you for your participation today, and we will see the council tomorrow, and many of the other people I am sure we will see in due course down the line at some point, or hopefully we'll see you at some point down the line. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.